Now you're live.
Good morning. I want to welcome everybody. We're going to call to order this special called meeting of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners. As always, the first item on the agenda is the Invocation and Pledge. For this meeting, it will be delivered by District 4 Commissioners Greg Lawrence and Pete Stresser. Please rise.
Let us pray. God, we come before you this morning acknowledging you as the creator and source of all of our blessings. And we pray your blessings this morning on our meetings. The citizens of this county have elected us and given us the great responsibility of being stewards of the public trust. And we pray this morning as we discuss the county budget that you would give us wisdom to be good stewards. And as we pray, as we talk about each department, I want to pray over all of our department heads. I want to pray for Rogers Anderson, the county mayor who oversees all of our departments. I want to pray that you would give him strength and wisdom to carry out his duties. For Jason Golden, who oversees the schools, and all the teachers and administrators and SRO officers and school bus drivers who daily administrate our school system and oversee the education of our most precious asset. We pray for great wisdom and insight for them. We want to pray for Sheriff Hughes and the brave men and women of the Williamson County Sheriff's Office. Just yesterday, we were reminded of how difficult and dangerous their jobs can be at times. And we are deeply grateful, Father, that your hand of protection was on Officer Ball yesterday, and that incident ended with no loss of life or injury. We're sorry to hear that retired Representative Cole has passed away, and we do pray for his family for peace and comfort at this time as they grieve his loss. We want to also pray for Connor Scott, who oversees our emergency services. We pray for your protection on all of our firefighters and first responders in this county. We're sorry also to hear that the Franklin firefighter and engineer passed away yesterday, and we pray your comfort and peace on his family as well. We want to pray for Catherine Montgomery, who oversees the health department and provides medical services for our citizens, and Andrea Johnson, who provides care for our animals, and Mike Madison, our Director of Planning, Gordon Hampton, our Director of Parks, Gina Combs, who oversees our HR department, Eddie Hood, who oversees all of our highway department, for Jeff Whitby, our county court clerk, Sherry Anderson, our county recorder, Mac Nolan, who oversees our solid waste department, for Karen Paris, our trustee, for Brad Coleman, our appraiser, and for Chad Gray, who has the very, very important job of overseeing all the elections in this county. I pray that you would give us boldness and visionary leadership, all of us, and wisdom, so that we can leave a great legacy for the next generation. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on our agenda is the roll call. If you haven't done so already, please sign in using your pads and then hit your present button. Got everybody up there? No. Is David pressed his? Yeah. Record the roll, please, Mr. Whitby.
What in the world?
Absolutely.
Signed in twice.
We're going to wait on Clifford here.
Got me signed in twice.
Commissioner Clifford, if you can go ahead and hit your present button real quick.
It says,
Okay.
do you have a quorum?
23 present.
Thank you, Mr. Whitby. Next, we have citizens' communications. We allow up to 3 minutes per individual speaker, and for this meeting, we've had one individual sign up to speak. I'll call your name, and when you come to the podium, please announce your name and the town or city in which you live. I have signed in here Mr. Steve Hickey.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Steve Hickey, Franklin, representing the Williamson County Republican Party. I'd like to read you a comment that was sent to me by a party member upon learning about this line item request that we're going to talk about here in a minute. She said, "There is never too much transparency in government. Indeed, a $4 million line item such as this should receive considerable discussion and debate prior to consideration by the entire Commission. Failure to do so is not transparent government." The Williamson County Republican Party thanks commissioners such as Ms. Hayes, who ask questions that lead to greater visibility on government actions, and implores the Commission to make sure special meetings such as this do not have to happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes citizen communications. Next, we move on to communications and messages. Want to thank Commissioner Jones for the donuts, and those are Fairview donuts, right? That's right. Some of the best donuts in the county. Also, Commissioner Tunnicliffe and Commissioner Morton both brought sausage biscuits. So I want to thank both of them for those treats. And with that, we will move on to our first and only resolution for this meeting, the special called meeting. That is Resolution 625-1, resolution approving the terms of the contract with Cigna Healthcare for stop-loss insurance and authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute the contract. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey and seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. This was seen by Purchasing and Insurance Committee, and they voted 5 in favor, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I may defer to some members of the staff and Chair Mason if we get into that. I do want to make sure that everyone knows that this is a normal process. The insurance stop loss is something we have every year because we are self-insured. And do want to note that the entire insurance process followed the rules of the state purchasing guidelines. Mrs. Mitchell is here if anyone has any questions about those guidelines. Bids are posted and sent to numerous entities that have expressed an interest. They are also posted on what in the construction business I would call a Dodge report, but other people look at that. It's also on our website, so anyone that wanted to bid could do so. And in our main insurance, we received multiple bids, but after the P&I chose Cigna, we only received one bid on the stop loss. But we've discussed this at our purchasing insurance meeting going back for many months, and so I want to note that we have discussed this. We have had commissioners present at our P&I meetings, numerous questions, and so I present this for you so that we can vote on this and provide insurance for all of our county employees, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Do I have any questions or comments? Looks like my first one is from Commissioner Greg Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the committee, the P&I committee, for their work on this stop loss, and we are at a point where we have to make a decision today, and that's not necessarily the position we always want to be in. And I think there's probably reasons for that. I mean, this process does take a lot of time, especially for the non-incumbent carriers. And it could just be that some carriers looked at our situation, the fact that we're with Cigna, they looked at our claims and other issues and decided we just, weren't the girl they wanted to take to the prom, and said we're going to decline to quote on you. But for others, I think we may need to look at our process, because they may not have had enough time. The non-incumbent carriers don't have as much information as incumbent carriers in these situations, and it does take them more time to give us quotes, and a lot of times those quotes come with caveats and contingencies for more information. So some of them may have just declined to say, we don't have enough time. So, I do think we need to look at our process. The fact that we're hiring we're looking at hiring a consultant, I think is a step in the right direction. I think that will help us a lot. And there's opportunities that we do have. We're going to vote on the budget later today. The insurance as a whole is a big number. Last year we spent $100 million on our insurance, including medical and dental, and that's 10% of our budget. So it is a number that is also significantly higher than some of our peer counties around us. In 2023, we spent $20 million more than Montgomery County, who has the same number of employees we do. In 2023, we spent $15 million more than Rutherford County, who has more employees than we do. So I believe that there are some ideas that are being utilized in the employee benefit world by self-funded plans all over the country that we could implement as well. And we actually looked at some of them. I'm disappointed. I don't think we did as deep a dive as I would like for us to see on some of them, and we could have possibly implemented some in July. But we've got time if we move quickly, and that's going to be key. We're going to have to move very quickly to have the possibility to implement some of these ideas in January. And I believe that it's very likely that we could save 10 to 20% on our employee benefits without reducing the benefits for the employees. In fact, we could possibly improve the benefits in the process. So I plan to support this resolution today because we are in the ninth hour, and we need to make sure we have the stop loss in place for to protect our citizens from the risk that they would be on the hook for if we don't have this insurance in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next question or comment comes from Commissioner Hayes.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Do appreciate the committee's efforts on this. I don't think there's any disagreement in the room that we need a stop loss. I mean, that's just smart business. The questions and the issues come in how the stop loss was represented within another RFP. When you name an RFP for medical and prescription, stop loss, there are a lot, this is a very competitive area, and there are other companies outside of major medical providers that will bid on it and give us a much better rate. So this was hidden. If you look within that RFP, it was number 15. It was hidden within that document. That's putting us at a huge disadvantage, number one. No wonder there's only one person that bid. So again, major problems in the process. I will be looking into this and spending a lot of quality time on it in the next few months and trying to come up with a very transparent process that not only better represents Williamson County, but also allows us to get more bids that are more competitive and that will still represent us at and meeting our needs for stop loss, but also protecting us as we should be as a county. But there are a lot of concerns. We delayed today because we felt there was a lot more to look at on an individual basis. I have a very good friend that's a broker, and there's just a lot of holes in this process. I am happy we're getting a broker, which is otherwise, I guess, being represented as a benefits consultant. I would like to look at that process as well. There should be a very distinct process that has a unbiased metric to it, so we get a really great benefits consultant / broker that will look at us and our county and our needs and be critical in how we spend our dollars and help us represent ourselves to get the best value and the best plans, because we can do so much better, I think, for our employees. And that's all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Richards.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Hopefully you read my email about the reason why I objected to hearing this late filed resolution. My most important concern was the fact that as far as and please correct me if I'm wrong, this was not reviewed by our budget committee, which our own rules require all resolutions involving the expenditure of money shall first be referred to the budget committee before being submitted to the board, except as otherwise provided herein. Looking at other opportunities to bypass that rule would be in the case of an emergency, which maybe this reaches that level. However, that should be noted in the resolution itself that we're bypassing our own rules. We had, as the commissioner mentioned, the lack of competitive bidding, which is illustrated by the fact that we had not a single company, and I did a lot of deep diving on this and educated myself on this. I did have a background. I used to work at Aetna in employee benefits, and I am familiar with the stop-loss product, but there are a bunch of vendors that provide just stop-loss coverage. Not a single one of them national carriers bidded on this this RFP because the title of the RFP didn't have stop-loss in the title and it was buried in there. The state law requires that adequate public notice be given. I don't think that's adequate public notice if the stop-loss carriers don't even know that they can bid on this product. We don't know what I guess there was no evaluation process which is required by state law, because we only had one vendor. This particular resolution had no contract attached to the resolution, despite saying in the wording that a contract is being presented for approval. In the resolution itself, it has no price or the funding source of the resolution. And I did some research. This is the first time in 5 years that we have had to approve a stop-loss resolution. I don't know what happened, Mr. Mayor. Something happened that we have to approve this stop-loss resolution because we haven't done it in 5 years. Maybe we've approved it as part of the medical. We shouldn't have. It's clearly a different item that we should be approving separately.
30 seconds.
Thank you. These patterns of procedural breakdown expose us to audit risks. The companies that were denied the opportunity to bid on this can sue the county, because we haven't followed the proper bid procedures. That's all. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next question or comment comes from Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have what I think is probably a very simple question, but the laser applies question on the column to the far left, and there's a laser pooling level. Could I get an explanation, please?
Who would we call in for that? Would that come from Leslie or from Tina? Regina?
That will probably come from Gina.
Okay. Is Gina here? Would she be able to speak on that? If not, the mayor pointed to you. Yeah.
I didn't mean to cause a problem.
And I apologize, we're talking about the document that I sent out.
Yes.
That included a laser. So what that's indicating is we do have a potential claim that our reinsurance will not cover. So any kind of lasering means they will not cover the 400,000, which is our lasering number. Anything over 400,000.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hester. Next, I have Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just, one question I don't understand is why is the stop-loss contract alternating and not in sync with our medical insurance contracts? I mean, how did that develop? Just why?
The stop loss is on your fiscal year, July 1 to July 1. The medical benefits runs with the calendar year so that they can be calculated within that 12 months. It's not, that's just the way it's always been done. That's the way it's rolled forward. I can't speak to if you could do the benefits on the calendar year. But the stop loss is budgeted for the entire fiscal year of the county.
Wouldn't it make sense to make them in
My
saying,
job's not to make sense.
Clearly.
no comment.
Any further comments or follow-up? Okay. Next, I have Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yes, thank you. First off, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on these quotes and putting this information together. And particularly, I want to thank Commissioner Lawrence for the work that he's been doing on the insurance side, and also to Commissioner Richards and Commissioner Hayes for bringing some of these other issues to light. I'm in full support of full transparency in doing these RFPs, especially when it's these high dollar figures and these high dollar quotes that we're looking at. I think it's important to give that level of transparency not only to the commissioners but to our taxpayers, who have brought up several different questions to me. I never really understood what the stop loss was, but within the last month, I've learned a lot. And I've also had folks ask me a lot of questions. And so I'm hoping if we can get started on this process early this time around, that we can actually do our due diligence and get answers to those questions that have been presented. So I just want to say thank you, but I do think we have a lot of improvement to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Stresser.
Yeah, I thought a lot about, why we're here for the special meeting today, kind of the undercurrent with it. And I think it's just concerns over how this process has been handled. Are we doing the best that we can for county employees and for this process? This was my first time on this committee. And as we went through the recommendations of the RFP process, I just wasn't at all confident in the results. And it just became very clear that we can really benefit from an independent broker that really understands the intricacies of this. I mean, if you look at this, you're looking at 10% of the budget. You're looking at 10% of the budget that a very small committee makes a decision on. And it's the second most important benefit for our employees. It's incredibly important. And we really need the expertise of someone. And we also need the independence, someone who's completely independent from the commission, from the mayor's office, that can come in and really look at this. We look at other counties, they're paying a lot less. We don't know why. I think a broker could really help us bridge that gap, is why I think on the first vote, it actually failed. The original recommendation for Cigna as our primary insurance carrier failed by a vote of 2-2. It was a subsequent meeting that it actually passed. I voted against it twice for the reasons I just don't think that the data coming out of it is something that we can do something with. So as we move on to the stop loss, we're obviously up against the clock on this thing. I think we're probably going to have to do this. I'm going to vote for it. I don't think we have a choice. But I do think this process has really shown us that we have a very broken process, one that can be greatly improved. I think the silver lining out of all of this is we will improve this process. It looks like we'll have an independent broker. It looks like we could probably even save some money on the contract negotiation, so there's still some cost savings that can probably be realized there. But I just think it's very important that moving forward for the folks on the next P&I committee, that they follow through on making sure that we have an independent broker that can give us the best data possible to give us the best benefits at the best cost. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Petty.
Yeah, I agree with most of what's been said, and again, I appreciate all the work people have done. My concern is I just don't think we've got enough bids, and we've gone from $40.35 per employee back in 2017 up now we're looking at $61.85, and back then we had a $300,000 deductible, and now we're at $4. One of the things I don't understand is when we got these options just recently, we got a 6-month option and we got a 12-month option, but the 6-month option was a $200,000 deductible, and the cost was insanely high, and I don't know why we couldn't have gotten a $400,000 deductible at half the price of the $4 million to take us to January 1st to give us time to start working on some additional plans. And I don't understand why our options were so restricted there. So, and by the way, over the last 2 years, we have paid out to Cigna, based on the information I have here, $7,552,000, and they've paid out about $2 million. So kind of begs the question, do we even need stop loss? I know we do, but you kind of wonder, the last couple of years we'd be making money if we didn't have a stop loss. So anyway, I'm not suggesting we don't, but I'm just throwing out some numbers here. If we can find some more places that we could get some bids from, maybe we get a better deal than what we have.
Commissioner Sanford.
Maybe somebody from the P&I committee can answer this for me. Why was this resolution late filed? It's my understanding that the P&I committee needed more information because they didn't have all the information when this resolution was presented, but I guess why was this resolution late filed to begin with?
Should I go
Whoever can answer that.
Mason, or who should I go to for that?
Well, it's not late filed for this meeting.
Do you want to answer?
Let me take a stab at that, and Commissioner Mason may have to fill in some gaps for me here. This was included in the overall bid for employee benefits. The purchasing and insurance, when they approved that, and that would have come forward and included this, but for the decision to hire a broker on the employee benefit, on the insurance side, the health insurance side. That precluded the health insurance from coming to the board at this time, and we've got more time because it doesn't roll on until January 1. In doing so, though, it did not provide for the stop loss. So the stop loss had to be carved out. The decision by P&I was after the filing deadline for the June 9th meeting. So we had to try to do a late file. We received 2 objections, which is why we ended up with a special call. So the fact that it had to be segregated or separated from the overall insurance plan is what caused the separate resolution. If you go back and look, we've never had a separate stop loss resolution. It's always been included in the employee benefits plan document. That's why we've got a separate document. That's why we've got a special meeting. Commissioner Mason, did I miss anything?
That's a pretty fair assessment. I wouldn't disagree with what you said.
And you're next to speak, so if you wish to continue, I'll call on you now. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you.
I have one other question,
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Sander.
And I could be totally wrong. I'm going off my memory. It's not that great right now. But initially in our last commission packet, it said that the contract was attached. That's the same resolution as this? And it wasn't attached? Is that correct?
The word attached is taken out. You have the material terms because we don't have a certificate or a plan document. But we have the material terms of the contract for your approval.
Okay, so in that last commission packet, it was just miswording, I guess?
We used a resolution from the prior time and didn't get it excised.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. I was the chair of Purchase and Insurance Committee, and I will tell you it was a challenge, mainly for me personally, because purchasing and insurance is not really in my wheelhouse. I'll be the first to admit that. I am very familiar with law enforcement. Purchasing and insurance is something I had to learn. I was reminded the other day by another commissioner that also chaired the tax study committee when we had quite the to-do with the downtown property. So I don't know whose bad list I am on to keep getting appointed to these committees. But with that all being said, I do want to thank everybody that was involved. This committee met multiple times. These committees are public, as stated earlier. Several commissioners attended frequently that weren't even on the committee, and I appreciate you all doing so. I appreciate your comments, bringing things to light that I had never thought of before. Again, insurance is not in my wheelhouse. We had a lot of robust discussion in committee, and I think that's very important for people to understand. This didn't happen in a vacuum. It didn't happen in a sealed room. This was a public committee with a lot of robust. In fact, the first time we met, the resolution for medical did fail because there were questions and concerns, as Commissioner Stresser pointed out. And so we reconvened, came back, had a lot more conversations, and that's when we as a committee elected to do the broker, because we believe as a county, as we are growing, there is opportunity potentially for savings, and we want to take advantage of that. But by appointing the broker, we had to then come back and carve out the stop loss because of the process, and that's why we're here today. It is necessary. You may not like how we got here or why we're here, but we are here, and we have to have stop loss. However, again, that is why the committee elected to do the broker, to also look at stop loss going forward, to look at, do we move it to be on the calendar year versus the budget year? Do we get in sync? So I do believe we're moving in the right direction. Unfortunately, timing-wise, we are here with this issue before us, but I have heard everybody's concerns, everybody's thoughts, and again, and I think that's why that accumulated in us hiring a broker. And I know Gina and her department have worked really tirelessly. Every question that's been asked, document that's been asked for, I know Gina and her department have responded. And so again, I really appreciate everybody. This was a challenge for me, and I appreciate everybody's help and support and just asking the questions. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to, two things. One, address the issue about it not being heard by the Budget Committee. If it was, if it wasn't, is that okay? And two, this affects a lot of school employees, and in my opinion, we should have some representation on the Purchasing and Insurance Committee from the school board. Is that something we can work towards, Jeff?
The first question is the amount is included in the amount that was in the budget that came through. So while this individual resolution did not go to budget, the amount that is being paid out is included in the budget under, and I don't remember the line number. So
that would apply to every resolution.
well, those things that have been approved, yes. I mean, obviously, but the amount, the fiscal impact of it is in the budget. Is it required to? The statute does not require it. Your rules do have provisions for the budget to consider things that have fiscal impact, whether that's included by going through the budget and saying that's where we're paying it, or whether you need an individual resolution, I leave to the commission. As to the, I'm going to have to ask you to refresh my memory on the school board representation. I'd have to look at that. I don't know that there is an allowance to have a voting member of the committee, but we could look at that. At a minimum, you could have an ex officio member who could participate with voice and not vote if the statute does not allow vote, because this is a statutory committee. This isn't a county commission rules committee.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We have commissioners wishing to speak that have not already spoken, so Commissioner Hayes, I will come back to you, but next on the board is going to be Commissioner Smith.
Call the question.
We have a motion to call the question. Do I hear a second? Second. Do this by voice or?
It's 2/3 vote, so you can do it by voice if you think you can.
We'll start with a voice vote. If you're in favor of calling the question, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Ask for a show of hands.
Can I have a show of hands of those who voted no?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Mr. Whitby, when you have it, if you'll give us the count.
2/3 be 16. So the motion would fail with 10 noes.
I see 12 yes, 11 no.
Fails. The motion to call the question fails.
The motion fails. So my next question or comment on the board, again, going to those who haven't spoken yet, first would be Commissioner Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question on the follow-up to Commissioner Hester's question on the lasered. Am I reading the table at the bottom right that there's 24 members that are being excluded from the stop loss for a cost of $3.3 million? Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. So, but is the $3.3 million what the impact is to the county?
Gina, if you can come to the podium and...
So this is really a $7.6 million vote today? Right? Because we're still, has that 3.3 been allocated, appropriated?
That'd be for Gina.
Thank you, Commissioner Torres, for your question. Hopefully I can help in that area. This has not been approved yet, so this is a possibility. This is a procedure. This is a very delicate procedure that has been brought to light for this individual. We do not yet know if this person even qualifies yet for this procedure. There's a lot of steps, obviously medically, that I will not even attempt to allude that I have any idea what's going on in that area. However, If this procedure is approved and this individual decides to move forward with this procedure, then the county would be responsible if and when we had to incur that cost.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Hayes.
I withdraw my question.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if we're ready to vote, if you're in favor of Resolution 625-1, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
20 yes, 3 no.
Resolution passes. If there are no other items to come before the commission,
We can't have any other items.
we can't have any other items, I'm told. If there are no other announcements, then we'll call for an adjournment. We will meet back here at 9 a.m. for the budget meeting. Good morning again. I want to welcome everybody to the annual budget meeting of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners. First item, as always, on our agenda is the Invocation and Pledge. This morning it will be delivered by District 5 Commissioners Greg Sanford and Mary Smith. Please rise.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts for the privilege to serve the people of Williamson County. As we gather to carry out the very important responsibility of stewarding the resources entrusted to us, we first pause to remember those in our community who are mourning the unexpected loss of a loved one. And for Commissioner O'Neill, who recently lost his brother Scott, we ask that you surround the members of our community with your peace, comfort, and strength in the days ahead. We give thanks for our law enforcement and all our first responders, those who serve with courage and selflessness to keep our neighborhoods safe. We also lift up the men and women of our military, both here at home and across the world, who protect the freedoms we enjoy. May you watch over them and bless their families. As summer unfolds across our county, from our neighborhoods and parks to our farms and town squares, we ask your protection over our families, friends, and visitors. Keep them safe as they enjoy the beauty and blessings of the season. And Lord, as we deliberate on the financial decisions that will shape the future of Williamson County, we ask for your wisdom, discernment, and unity. Guide us to be faithful stewards, balancing responsibility with compassion as we work to serve those who live, work, and visit this extraordinary place we call home. May our actions today bring honor to you and reflect our commitment to serve with integrity and care. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we have our roll call. If the commissioners will press their sign-in button and present button. Judy? All right. Do we have everybody? Tom? Oh, Brian. Somebody needed to remind me to do it. And then Drew Torres, did you? There we go. Okay, record the roll, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 present, 0 absent.
Okay. We don't have any citizens' communications, so we'll move on to communications and messages.
Approval of the minutes.
Oh, sorry, we do have approval of the minutes. I was skipping over that one.
No, he didn't. They weren't ready. They were not sent out. You're good.
We're not doing approval of the minutes? Oh, okay, I guess we're skipping that one. They weren't sent out. We'll do the approval of the minutes at our next full commissioner meeting. So then, communications and messages. 2 items. There should be in your packet, and maybe some of you have already done it, the conflict statement that we do every year at this meeting. I'm told we have everyone, so very good. Y'all got ahead of me on that one. Also, a reminder that we will recess somewhere around 11:30 to 11:45. We'll find a good stopping point. That'll be to have lunch at the Enrichment Center. And then we're also having our annual photo done at that time.
Before eating.
We're going to do the photo before eating, I'm told, so that way your waistline looks a little better. And then after we eat, we'll come back here and reconvene until we finish the budget. That concludes communications and messages, so at this point, I will call on Mayor Rogers Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to go through the procedures that we normally do, asking Phoebe to come up because she's going to be living at this podium in a few minutes for several hours. So we'll postpone going through the snapshot, as I call it. But I do want to call your attention. I hope it's up on the board about the debt. There's always conversation about Williamson County and its debt. And so we asked Sam Cruz, our bond counselor, to craft up something so you would understand where we are, and I'd like to read that into the minutes. 22 years later, the county's fiscal year 2024 with approximately $1,097,740,000 in total debt and $905,715 in net debt. The fiscal year 2024 tax base was estimated to be at about $102.6 billion. Based on these figures, the total debt ratio is estimated to be 1.07, and the net debt ratio was estimated to be 0.88. This means calculated the debt burden ratio is actually much lower than it was 22 years ago. The total debt and the net debt have increased by 3.55 and 3.15, but the tax base is increased by 7.54. To put this in perspective, both the total net debt ratio of 1.07 and the net debt ratio 0.88% has never been lower than in the past 30 years of data collections. So I hope that's on your desk so you'll have an opportunity to digest that and ask questions. Mr. Chairman, any questions before we?
Any questions for the mayor? I see none. Thank you, Mayor Rogers Anderson. Are there any other committees that wish to report at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to, we have no elections and appointments, no unfinished business, so we will move straight into appropriations and our first resolution. Resolution 6-2025-1, a resolution making appropriations for the various funds, departments, institutions, offices, and agencies of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year of July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026. Need to get a motion in a second. The screen's not allowing us to hit. I'll take a verbal motion. Got that from Commissioner Guffey, got a second from Commissioner Hayes. And explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
This is basically a resolution to fund the county for the next year, from July 1st through June 30th, 2026. And there are some amendments to this budget.
So what we'll be doing is going through them item by item, or category by category, I should say. Phoebe will give a brief explanation. Of course, I'll get a motion in a second for each one. We'll vote on each one of them individually, and with each one, open the floor to questions and comments. So I will start with the first one and call on Ms. Phoebe Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will be going by these by major category, and so the first major category is general administration for a total of $24,297,451.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey and seconded by Commissioner Judy Herbert. Any questions or comments on this category? And that's not on the screen, so. Do I have any? No.
No, you didn't have any motions. The general administration was already up in the total, so now you're ready to vote.
Okay. Seeing no questions or comments, if we're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this line item budget amount, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Go ahead.
For major category of finance, total of $7,966,927.
Got a proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. Any questions or comments on this line item? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes.
Administration of Justice, $6,394,381.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Judy Herbert and seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments on this line item? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Public Safety, $54,792,319.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Greg Sanford and seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments on this line item? Got a question or comment from Commissioner Drew Torres.
It's more of a procedural question. If I were to propose an amendment for the Sheriff's Department of $1.275 million to take the deputy pay to 75th percentile, what would be the process to do that?
Call on council for that.
Well, I don't know what the line item would be that you would be amending. That's Ms. Riley's realm, not mine, but you would make a motion to amend that line item, adding the amount of money that you were wanting to amend.
Okay. So I'd like to make a motion for line item 54110 Sheriff's Department to increase it by 1.275, which will take the sheriff's pay to the 75th percentile, as we all have learned over the last few months.
I have a second from Commissioner O'Neill. Proper motion, of course, made by Commissioner Drew Torres. Any questions or comments on that amendment?
Mr. Chair, may I?
yes,
This will
Ms.
actually, the
Riley.
1.2 is actually going to affect several lines.
Right.
So this is actually for the Sheriff's Department, is broken out between Sheriff's Department 54110, traffic will not be affected. The jail 54210 will actually be also affected. 54220 workhouse will be effective, and then the salary, or that will take care of salary items. The next section will be under your 58,600, which is later in the resolution for taxes. So it is broken out separately.
So each one of those line items will need that same amendment made?
Yes, so I can let you know how much. I have a total of what can be broken out of amending 54110, if you would like for me to give you that number individually. I'm happy to do so.
Sure. One question first. Are any of the previous line items that we've already voted on affected by this amendment?
Not by this amendment, no, sir.
Okay. Yes, please go ahead with those amounts.
So in Sheriff's Department 54110, this would be an addition of $898,929.
Which line item was that again?
That is 54110.
Yes.
898,929 will be the addition to this line item.
After she gives them all.
No, we vote on each one.
I think she's just wanting to be helpful right now and give us all the numbers so we have the information. Go ahead with the rest of the numbers if you could, even though they're not necessarily part of this motion, just so all the commissioners know what this amendment, how this amendment would affect each of those line items.
Okay. In line 54210, which is the jail, this would be an increase of $177,507. For workhouse, line item 54220, this would be an increase of $18,991. So public safety overall would increase by a total of $1,095,427. Oh, I'm sorry. Traffic control is not associated with this particular amendment.
However, and I'm asking.
Total?
Could you give us because this amendment will affect potentially those other line items, could you go ahead and give us those adjustments as well?
Well, they may change later as well.
For the 58,600 category?
Let me confer real quick.
What other line items are you talking about?
The employee benefits
This
will
is going to
change,
affect-
but they may change later as
I know
well.
as a commissioner, I'd like to know how they would be changed. I realize it's not part of this amendment in this line item, but I think Phoebe has those numbers. And
So it
it'll
affects
help.
the FICA, Social Security and all that, so it would be under.
Which line item are you talking about?
I'm
There's
sorry,
several.
Under total general fund, right above that, it would be other charges and employee benefits.
So the question is does
Oh,
it
no.
affect 58,600 employee benefits?
It does, for taxes, yes, it does.
Okay, so that's what he's, I think, asking for those numbers
Okay?
as well.
Oh, excuse me.
So he's asking for the impact of the change to the sheriff, the public safety budget as it flows through the remainder of the budget, if at all.
So this will be an increase to our 58,600, which is on your next page, for employee benefits, for a total of $179,870.
Repeat that one more time, please.
179,870.
Are there any other line items that'll be affected by this amendment?
No, sir, this would be it.
Okay. Commissioner Torres?
Just, again, procedural question. Should I withdraw the previous motion and then redo it with the numbers, or?
No, I think you can amend the motion to reflect the
The new-
budget
the new
numbers
math.
presented. If the second accepts that, we don't have to go through a withdrawal and re-motion.
Okay. So I'd like to, if I can, Mr. Chair, amend the previous motion for this budget to $1,095,427,000.
That doesn't catch 5860 or 58,600, does it?
Does he have?
Right, that
coming
will
up.
be later on the next page.
Okay.
So I'd have to
you'll
make a
do it
motion,
then?
there for
Okay.
that one. Next one. Okay.
Yeah. Do another amendment when we get to that line item.
Okay. Thank you.
The original motion came from Drew Torres. Who was the second on this? Commissioner Hayes? Yes. Any questions or comments on the amendment? It looks like the first one comes from Commissioner Greg Sanford.
My question for the sheriff.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good.
Sheriff, what does this do to help your retention? In my opinion, being born and raised here, the can has been kicked so far down the road, as in it's been kicked down the road as well in the fire service, right? We have a failing volunteer system. And the sheriff's office, it seems like it's been a long time coming for this. What does that do to help get new people, to keep the people that we already have so they don't go to THP or Brentwood or Franklin or any other agency?
It is going to be a huge step in the right direction. I think it's going to bring us more in line with those here in our backyard that we're competing against. My biggest fear is what is going to happen if we don't do it. So I can tell you that I think you can see the support here in the room. Obviously, these folks are very interested in what's going to happen here today, and they have an investment in the decision that's made. So it's huge. I can't understate that. We went through this study that has been going on for months now, and it didn't get us where we had hoped it would get us. I mean, when you looked at the money that was allocated and where we landed, it was not what we had hoped for when we started talking about this last year. And so that was the request at the Law Enforcement Committee, that we come back and look at the cost of what it would take us to the next percentile. So not only does this increase our pay ranges across the board, it creates that bottom to top pay range, and it gives us some separation throughout the organization. It gets our structure aligned as it should be, so that we can start to address those compression issues that have plagued the county for a long time. So it increases the starting pay, and it helps with those compression issues across the board.
So just to be clear, because I get a lot of phone calls, I see a lot of the deputies, especially in this room, that reach out to me. You take a guy that's brand new and somebody that's been there 5 years, and they may only be separated by 50 cents a dollar, which in my mind is absolutely insane and ridiculous.
Correct.
Does this fix that?
It will allow us to take the money that it's going to cost to go to the 75th percentile and work within the organization to correct that to the extent we can with the money that's allocated. So to answer the question, yes, it will help it. We won't know how much until we get in there and start plugging in the numbers, but that's the objective, is to create some separation. And the formulas that were created by the vendor, Steve Thompson, I'm not going to pretend to say that I understand the formulas he used, but the percentages were based on maybe a 1 to 4, 4 to 8. People were grouped together in how he came up with those numbers, and I'm not going to pretend that I can get up here and articulate how he came up with those. But that's his business. That's what he does, and that's the information and the data that he presented to us.
Thank you. I fully support this. I think it's way, way long overdue. And hopefully we can work on getting that pay up more, and then hopefully this commission will take a look next year at hiring some kind of paid staff for the fire service, because we're in trouble. So thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This may be for Commissioner Torres or Ms. Riley. What's the plan to pay for this?
Go ahead, Commissioner Torres.
Sorry, so thank you. I think there could be an opportunity to, and talking with the sheriff, to delay the $1.1 million that's in the budget. It's supposed to come from general fund for radios.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay, that takes care of 25, 26, but the pay raises will go on beyond that. So that's 1 year. I mean, you know, when you do a pay raise, it's carries on. So I'm very fiscally conservative when it comes to this, and so I'm concerned about how we pay. And I'm also concerned, you know, Matthew, the words of Matthew tells us in chapter 7, verse 12, do unto others. The golden rule is very powerful. It's taught to us from the time we're born all the way through. And there are a lot of good employees that we want to keep, and you know, we don't want them to go to other places. The deputies in this room want to get a paycheck. And if we lose a payroll accountant to Brentwood or Franklin or Nissan or whomever, that's a loss. Everybody wants their paycheck. I just use that as one example. So, you know, I would propose an amendment to this that we bring everyone up to 75 percentile. Now, that means some people won't get a raise. So I think there's some confusion about this. When you do this salary and wage adjustment, some people may already be there because we've addressed the compression all across the county. And so we've got a 4% raise built into this budget. And so my amendment, Mr. Chair, would be that we take all non-Williamson County school employees and do this compression and this analysis and bring them all up, with the exception of the school system, because they have a different plan, to the 75%. I don't have that number, but I think it's about 2.2 million, roughly. So that's important to me, that we treat everybody the same. Now, the deputies, they earn their pay every day, but I think they need the support from the rest of the county, and we need to support the rest of the county. So that's my motion, that we increase everyone to the 75 percentile except the Williamson County school system. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have a proper motion to amend the amendment to increase all payroll to the 75 percentile except for the school system, which is on its own system. I have a proper motion by Commissioner Webb, and I think I heard the second from Commissioner Herbert. So now we'll entertain questions on the amendment to the amendment. The first one I have on the board is Commissioner Richards. Commissioner Richards, on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes. How do we plan on paying for that?
The simple thing is, Commissioner and the board, is we can't pay for the raise for the Sheriff's Department for one-time expenditures for radios. We got to have more revenue. And the 1.1 million that's proposed here, it's about a half a penny of the new proposed rate. And so I propose adding a penny, and then we take care of everybody. We go from 129 to 130. That takes care of the sheriff, because eliminating the radios the next fiscal year, they're going to come back. They're going to need those new radios. We're going to do this all over again, so we can take care of it right now. 1 penny, everybody can go up to the 75 percentile.
Any follow-ups?
No, thank you.
Commissioner O'Neill, on the amendment to the amendment?
What's the information on the other departments outside the sheriff's department on how hard and the trouble they're having to attract and retain comparative to what's the sheriff's department? And I guess how long it takes to train someone from hire date to where they're actually effective in the other departments, because the sheriff's department is definitely different in that situation. You know, you hire somebody today, put $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 worth of training and equipment into them, and then they leave within barely enough time of becoming an asset, because when they're riding around in training, they may be an extra body, but they're not actually out there on the road. That's something that's very unique to law enforcement training. It's basically, depending on if they've been to the academy before, it's either 6 months to a year from hire date before they even start bringing real value to the sheriff's department. Or is there any other departments that are in that situation?
I believe that might be a question for the mayor.
Chairman, if I could, let me get our HR director up here. Claire can address some of those as she's making her way up. It's an excellent question, Commissioner O'Neill, but I would also refer to other elected officials that have those difficulties filling spots other than just, as Commissioner Webb indicated, in accounting. That's a big one, certainly, payroll and all of that, but all throughout our county, there are pockets. And training is going on with multitude of people every Monday here. So I'll turn it over to Claire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. Upon my hire, and I noticed that we were only at the 50th percentile. So meaning that we pay 50% less than all other employers, that is. So upon my arrival, I found it challenging, not just for the sheriff's department, but for our IT department. I know we've spent a lot of time talking about cybersecurity. I have Sean Cothran in the room. We have found it very hard as we've lost directors, some seasoned directors, to backfill those positions, and found ourselves not even being able to be competitive at a director level. Our mid-level positions are commanding what a director level when you're only playing ball at the 50 percentile. You look at all these other departments that have managerial positions, we are woefully challenged, because the market is way far ahead of us. So yes, I'm in full support of our key positions, but there are also other key positions that you spend time on that are suffering, and we're challenged to find viable candidates that can afford to live in Williamson County, and it's a challenge. So I would be in full support of the 75th percentile. You look at Brentwood, you look at Franklin, you look at Rutherford County, they're all playing ball in the 90th or 85th percentile. So being at the 65th percentile, we're still playing catch up. So I like to use car analogies. If you don't put oil in your engine, eventually you will buy the entire engine. You have to keep ahead of the market. And if you're not constantly looking at how you're compared to the market, you're eventually going to have a big price tag. And that's where you're faced here today. This is not my first rodeo. I've been in HR for 36 years. And you are not unique. You just got behind, and now you're playing catch-up. Any more questions?
Commissioner O'Neill, any follow-up? We do have some more questions on the board, so you may stay close by.
Not right now, thank you.
Okay, my next question or comment comes from Commissioner Sturgeon.
I just want to, since I've been on this commission, I've always had a problem with, if somebody gets a raise, we all get a raise. I mean, it sounds great. And I do believe we need to increase our county employees as well. But it's, to me, public safety is our county elective body's #1 priority. And I don't like to see that muddied with, well, if we get it, then everybody gets it. Because I think truly some functions are more critical than others. And I don't think there's anything more critical than our law enforcement. That's in my opinion. So where I do believe we need to address the shortfall across the county, I don't like to see it attached to the law enforcement issue. I think we need to take care of our deputies, take care of law enforcement, and then address everyone else. That's my opinion, and that's how I'll be voting.
Commissioner Hayes.
Yes. Hi, Claire. Thank you so much for presenting. It's concerning information, quite honestly. And I would love to have you, I mean, this is the first time I've heard a percentile for the county. Can we get a presentation or more detail? Because I think that is not just law enforcement, and I agree with Commissioner Sturgeon that these are separate issues, but I do think we need to look at doing something for all of our county employees. I understand, as you know better than anybody, how it is to recruit and retain when you're paying at a 50th percentile. That's kind of frightening in this day and age. But I think one final comment, I would definitely like to see more data. I don't know where we can get that presented, maybe the next commission meeting. I don't know how that's appropriate or what the right forum is. Chair Beathard, I don't know where that forum would be, but I would love to hear more. I think we all need to be educated on that, because that is part and parcel to us as commissioners being responsible for financial and fiscal spending. We need to look at the essentials, and keeping our people is an essential part of running this county, and paying for other nice to haves is not an essential part. So I appreciate you speaking up, and that's really all. But is there a better forum? Is it at the next commission meeting? Is it a committee meeting?
We could ask HR to give us a presentation at the next commissioner meeting.
Awesome. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanford's already spoken, so I'll go to Commissioner Herbert. Right, and I will come back to you, but you've already spoken on the amendment to the amendment, have you not? No. Oh, you have not? Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Sanford.
Where I'd like to see the entire county staff get more money. I do support that. However, I cannot support Paul Webb's motion. It's very frustrating to hear that we're going to sacrifice radios, kick that can down the road to support the line item for the sheriff's office. I ran on public safety, and in the middle of the night, when you have 6 Peruvian gangbangers kicking in your front door, who are you going to call, right? No offense, but somebody that works for Mike Madison's not going to show up to help you. The sheriff's office is, right, if you're in the county. We need to pay these people. It's absolutely ridiculous how we even got here, before my time, I guess. And again, I would love to see all the county employees get more money, but that's not, in my opinion, what's at stake right now. This should have been brought up, I guess, a long time ago. Sheriff's office needs more money. Fire service needs more money. Again, in my opinion, the 3 biggest things, police, fire, and medical. You get hit by a dump truck on 840, who's coming to save you, right? A volunteer firefighter that gets paid nothing, and a sheriff's deputy that has to live out of county because he can't afford to live in Williamson County. I know the teachers can't either. I get all that. But I think it's absolutely asinine that we're even here. I think we need to pay these people more money. I told my people in District 5, if we have to raise the taxes to get the police, fire, and medical up, that's what I'm in support of, and I'll do it. I said it when I ran. I'll say it now in front of God and everybody. Pay these people more money, and let's go.
Commissioner Jones.
Yes, Commissioner Webb's amendment may take care of kicking the radios down the road. Because if we do this, we won't have to use the one-time radio. And so I think that's one thing we need to look at. That next year, if we don't do what Commissioner Webb is saying, we're going to have to look at this again next year. We are. And so if we do take this, which does support the Sheriff's Department, everybody else, we won't have to worry about the radios next year. I think I talked to the sheriff the other day, and he said the price of the radios, Sheriff, tell me if I'm wrong, are going up, or did they go up? Sheriff?
Sheriff,
did the price of radios go up?
I don't think the cost of the radio went up, but the tariffs that would be attached to it would make the cost of those radios more now. and who knows what it will be in the future.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that's what you told me the other day. Who knows what they'll be in the future?
That's correct.
So with this, we are sort of taking care of the future and the now. That's my 2 cents worth.
The rotation fell out of order, so I'll go to Commissioner Herbert.
This is for the sheriff, please.
Oh,
Yeah.
but it is, your question or comment is on the amendment to the amendment,
Yeah.
which is for all.
Which kind of affects it all. Sheriff, I guess my biggest concern about this is, well, for one thing, I know all the deputies and sheriff's department deserves a raise. But, they can't go on a call unless you got 911 there too. So that's the reason if we're going to do one, we need to do everybody. My other concern is you've done a lot of public relations pushing this raise. If this raise was so important for the deputies, why didn't you present that first before you presented $25 million in capital expenses?
It's a good question. And the answer is we started on this when I came into office. And I was dependent upon the study that was hired through Steve Thompson and his company before I could, that was not my will. My will was to make or get us as much money as we could, but I was dependent upon his study. We didn't get those numbers until they were presented to the Law Enforcement Committee. The fact that I presented the $24 million was for a records management software project that is it's at end of life. Where we're at now is at end of life. It's got to be replaced. And we're paying for future technology over an 11-year period at today's cost. So one has nothing to do with the other. We've got to have both, in my opinion. Technology is critical to run in the sheriff's office, but you got to have people to work the streets. So the pay is crucial. My priorities haven't changed. I came into office wanting more SROs in the schools to ensure that we had an SRO in every school, every day, all day long, and more deputies on the street. I asked for additional personnel. My second objective was to more pay for the deputies and to fix the compression issues. That was dependent upon the study, which was out of my hands. I've tried to be as involved in that as I can. We got the results. They weren't where we needed to be. And that's when my public relations campaign started, when the results of the study did not produce the outcome that I had hoped for.
Second question is, you've been given 18 new employees within a year, with 9 months, basically. Why is overtime almost double for the last few years?
Well, I can't speak to the last few years. We're cutting overtime. This year, for the first time, I think we came in under budget in overtime at the Renaissance Fair. We're only given $70,000 to cover that event. And we came in under budget on overtime. I anticipate that we're going to do the same thing at the fair this year. That's a strategic plan that we have in place to replace overtime dollars with stipends that are defined budget numbers that I'm working with finance on that will go into place next Monday that will additionally cut overtime hours. But until we're at full staff, we're going to continue to have overtime. We can't dictate when the calls come in. If they come in at end of shift or near the end of shift, you're going to have overtime. When we have special events, we've got to pay overtime. When we have activities at schools, that includes comp time and overtime. So,
but it did increase this year from last year, your overtime budget did.
Well, I know we asked for a transfer from the salary line item to the overtime line item. We did that last year as well. I can't speak before I came into office, but that is in direct relation to trying to get back up to full staff. You're always going to have more overtime. The fewer officers you have, you're going to have more overtime.
One more question, and you may have to educate me on this. It's my understanding on our patrol that they could work up to 86 hours if needed, if they have a call right when they're getting, and now they've been told they can only work 80 hours, so they're already getting a cut. So this raise won't help with that cut.
They can work as much as needed. They previously were working a 22, 36-hour schedule, which is a 12-hour shift. That's not safe. It's not safe for the deputies. It's not safe for the citizens who they're out there serving. they're going back to a 20/80 schedule, and that's a 10-hour shift. That's going to be much more effective, and I think it's going to help us with the overtime rate as well once we get to full staff. They're going to be making more an hour to, in essence, work fewer hours over the course of a year. But all employees are paid an hourly rate. They're not paid an annual rate.
My question, are they going to be working 4 days a week?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment.
Yeah, we are still supposed to be
Yeah.
discussing the amendment to the amendment, which is the idea of giving a raise
To
everybody in the county, except for the school system. It would bring everybody to 75 percentile.
This was just my question. What are the hours, and that's it? That's all my questions.
Well, right now, we're still at 12 hours because this hadn't went into effect yet. The jail has actually transitioned to 10-hour shifts. Patrol is still on 12-hour shifts, but we're in the process of transitioning to a 10-hour shift.
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith on the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, so I agree, and I think Claire, I want to thank her for all the work that she's put into adjusting the salaries and doing those studies. I know she's put in a lot of hours, and the sheriff's office has put in a lot of hours. I do think that we need to have some sort of session to kind of discuss where to get everybody up to that 75th percentile. I do think that's important. But also, I do think the public safety is a top priority, for this commission right now. This is something that's been brought to our attention, and I think we need to address. I think the question everyone's asking is, how do we pay for this? And I think it would behoove us to not consider all the other opportunities we have. And to me, property tax raises should be a last resort, because that impacts everyone. It still impacts everyone's ability to live in this county. And in my part of the county, people have gotten hit hard just with the reappraisals. So I do think there's been some really important options that have been brought up here, especially in cutting our expenses. I think we have some options to look at this year with regards to the insurance costs and bringing those down, as Commissioner Lawrence spoke to earlier. There could be significant recurring savings year over year. We've already seen that this year we're expecting and projecting maybe $3 million in savings on our insurance benefits. That's just for a quarter. If that were for a full year, that'd be another $12 million. So I think that as far as this amendment to the amendment, I think we can look at this, but I think we need to assess where we're at, maybe mid-year, and see if the money's there in fund balance to do the additional funding of raises for the rest of the county. But right now, I just can't support, where this is going with property tax increases when we have so many other opportunities in front of us to address cutting expenses and also other revenue streams. So that's all I want to say. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but since I've spoken of this as sponsor.
That's what I was just asking for some counsel on. I believe since you made the motion, you get first dibs.
Okay, thank you very much. Some of the comments I've heard, I want to make sure everybody understands this. In this budget, we have a 4% overall raise. That's there, so we're not cutting anybody's raises. And the survey, as Claire mentioned, it looks at all the positions. And so, the person cutting the grass may be making $20,000 a year, and that may be market. So they would get zero raise other than the 4%. But we may have a sergeant in the deputy that is $5,000 below the 75%. So they'd get a $5,000 raise and the 4%. So this is not, what I'm proposing is not about taking anything away from the sheriff's department. I'm supporting the sheriff's department and everybody else, because it takes a team. Everybody works together to make this county great. And the sheriff's office, as you heard the sheriff mention tariffs, the unknown, we don't know what it's going to cost, but it's going to go up. That's 0.5 cent what we're proposing today, 0.5 cent. So I'm saying add another 0.5% and take everybody here. Just in the last 2 weeks, there was somebody that I'd been working with, and they went to work for Franklin and got a significant pay raise. How many more people are going to leave, and how many positions do we have open because we can't pay them under this scale? Now, Mr. Chair, in reference, Rutherford County Their proposed budget's $1.9215. They go some crazy decimal thing. Murray County, $1.91. That's a proposed. Montgomery passed their budget, $2.10. And Wilson County is at $1.91, almost the same. We're looking at $1.29, maybe $1.30 if my amendment were to pass. And we tell our employees, all of them, the deputies in this room today and the folks back there in IT that run this meeting, we value all of you and your job. But if we do the 75 percentile and the 4%, that's treating everybody like we'd want to be treated. So I don't understand. We're giving the law enforcement folks what they've asked for. We're just bringing everybody else up for a little bit. Now, if we want to go back and cut departments, next year's budget, et cetera, that's a whole different issue, and we can address that during the next fiscal year. But right now, it's important to me, before we lose any more support personnel, that we take care of everyone. So, in my neighborhood, I'm all in the cities, and I've got those complaints too. We have valuable property in Williamson County, and I want to keep it that way. I mean, some of you may say, oh my goodness, my appraisal went up a whole lot. I think that shows we're doing a good job, because there are places in this state and this country where property values are declining. Not here. Not here, because we have done a great job. So I encourage you to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Thank you, Chair. Question was said earlier, who do you call when the Peruvian gangbangers are at your door? I called Brentwood Police Department because I live in Brentwood. If I lived in the county, I would definitely, I'm going to dial 911 either way. I'm going to end up with a sheriff, a deputy, or I'm going to end up with a Brentwood police officer. So it encourages me to ask the question, out of this raise that we're looking at that, how much of that supports the whole county and how much of that supports the unincorporated parts of the county? Because I'm paying a lot of money in Brentwood for great police care. As Sheriff Hughes knows, we have a great law enforcement group in Brentwood. So I want us to think about that as we move forward. This is affecting residents that are already paying that money, which is going to be a problem next year as we get more into other things. I just want us to think about that, because when I talk to people that move here, the number one thing I hear is school, number two is low taxes, number three is parks and rec, and number four is quality of life. None of those are any good without good law enforcement, and we all know that. And I support the sheriff sure wholeheartedly, but I also support the staff of this county as much. They are just as important at what they do. So as we talk about this, we're looking at county employees. We're not looking at teachers. I'd love to know where we are teacher percentile, because that is the number one thing people move here for, and none of us can deny that. And I don't want to continue losing teachers to private schools and other counties that are paying considerably more. We're still allowing the hospital to cover our tail on ambulances and ambulance service in our county. I think we're $4 million short still, $5 million short that we're letting the hospital pick up. We got a lot of things that don't get completed in Williamson County and aren't handled correctly. I can't agree more with Paul Webb on this. We're not giving just a flat rate. We're giving a percentage increase. I know Sean struggles finding qualified people in IT. It's impossible in Nashville right now. He needs to have more money in his budget to keep our IT systems running. I think we have to do this for the entire county staff. I don't see how we don't take care of everybody. Thank you.
Commissioner Sturgeon on the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, just want to make a point. Just because your property value has gone up doesn't mean you have more cash to pay that bigger tax bill. And we can just say, it's just a penny, but that doesn't mean anything to mom and pop taxpayer. That doesn't mean anything to them. What means something to them is when they get their tax bill and it's significantly higher. I know that many of our municipalities are also experiencing 30% tax increase contract, and if you're in the county and the city, now you're paying both. So I think we just need to be more careful about what a penny means. And I think we should address the rest of the county employees after we've studied it and the commissioners are fully informed on what it's going to mean to our next budget. So I would vote against this amendment, because the amendment to the amendment, for that reason. Thank you.
Again, Commissioner Sanford's already spoken to the amendment, so I'll go now to Commissioner O'Neill.
This will be my second time speaking too,
Oh, is it? Okay. It's hard to keep track when you've got all this. I believe Megan Guffey has not spoken to the amendment, so I will call on her now.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question. I think Ms. Riley can answer this, because we have discussed it in our budget meetings throughout the spring as we drove this discussion. There was a statement about, what 1 penny means to a taxpayer here in Williamson County. And I think we had an answer to that when we talked about what if someone owns a home that is $800,000, right? What does 1 penny mean to that homeowner? And that may actually be
He's got his calculator out, so I'm thinking he's working on that.
or maybe it's a
His head's down, that or
$600,000 home, but just the average home in Williamson County.
$800,000 home at a penny, it's
$20 that we're talking about here. Okay, thank you.
Per year.
That's per
Per year, yes.
$20 per year. Thank you.
Now I will go to Commissioner Sanford.
To all the commissioners that live in the city that may have a hard time with this, right? You still drive through the county. You get in an accident, you get robbed, carjacked, whatever. You typically have those problems, but it could happen. And you drive through the county at some point just because you live in the city. Or to the jailers that keep our prisoners locked up, right? They're short-staffed. I go there on a regular basis, and I have to wait a long time sometimes because they're understaffed. Sheriff can't get people to work in the jail. We are the richest county in the southeastern United States. We need to pay these deputies accordingly. And no offense, and again, I fully support the rest of the county staff getting a pay increase. But I don't necessarily think we can do this in the 11th hour. But no offense to the guy filming this meeting in IT, he didn't have to risk getting shot every day. Pay these people what they deserve. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Neill, did you pull your request? Do you still want to speak? Still. Okay, Commissioner O'Neill.
I've heard some people say, that are we paying for the law enforcement in the cities? They're paying for that already. That, in my mind, and I worked in municipal law enforcement for 32 years. They pay extra for that, but the Sheriff's Department duty is a constitutional office that's required to be in every county, for one, and the other, who comes and answers that call when you first call the police is only a very small part of what the Sheriff's Department does. Brentwood Police Department doesn't run the jails. It doesn't serve the civil papers. It doesn't protect the courthouses. It doesn't do all these other things that the Sheriff's Department does as a countywide law enforcement. And the Sheriff's Department sometimes does answer calls in the cities. It's sometimes by request, sometimes the departments are running short. So it's not the cities are paying for a service just for the county, because it's a service for everybody within the cities and within the county. So it's the patrol division in the Sheriff's Department is probably the smallest division in the Sheriff's Department. So that would be what you would see. The ICAC is ran by the Sheriff's Department. That's Internet Crimes Against Children. There's some of the departments don't have designated drug units. The Sheriff's Department is responsible for working those cases all over the county to include in the cities. So these are something to think about where we're thinking, well, we already have, why would the people in the cities, which is who I represent, everybody's in a city, why would they want to pay for this? And I think they not only do they have a duty to pay for it, for the people I talk to, if we had some way to do this and did a poll, I think they would easily volunteer to pay extra for the sheriff's department to be paid more. I just do. And that's why I support this. If I thought that they were completely against it, it would just kind of be a tough situation. But these citizens support their law enforcement and want them to be paid well and want them to be the right people in these jobs, not just somebody that can't work anywhere else. And that's what happens when you don't pay enough. That's the only people you can get, or you have to leave the positions blank. And that doesn't help anybody either. So, thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize to Commissioner Mason. She should have spoken before Commissioner O'Neill because she has not spoken yet. So I'll call now on Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. I was going to reserve my comments for the original motion, but the amendment has gotten, or amendment to the amendment, it kind of segues into what I want to say. And so it's important for me to say this as the chair of the Law Enforcement Committee. So again, I'm not sure whose short list I got on, but this is another committee that I'm chaired that has led to all of this discussion. And I want to be very clear when I make these comments that the Law Enforcement Committee for years has been asking for a study from the Sheriff's Department for compression for years. I've been a county commissioner since 2017, and I know personally myself with Sheriff Rhodes and then with Sheriff Hughes, we have asked for this study. I've had conversations with Sheriff Hughes about this study. He brought it to the county Law Enforcement Committee and presented it at 65%. And the Law Enforcement Committee said, what if we go to 75%? What does that look like? We asked for this information. We have been asking for this information because we have got to get our law enforcement where they need to be. Now, I also agree that we need to get our county employees where they need to be. So I want to be very clear about that. But I want you all to understand when we talk about law enforcement, what we're talking about. Most of you all know I'm the deputy district attorney, and I want to tell you a little bit about my day yesterday. Yesterday was a holiday. I didn't work. I woke up to a phone call doing a debriefing with General Edmondson and Deputy Duddy about the standoff that the county had the night before with an individual suffering from PTSD that could have resulted in the life of not only our officer, but that individual. I then continued my day, got a phone call about a child ICAC case, which is Internet Crimes Against Children, with Franklin. They aren't able to access the phone. You know what they said to me? We'll go to the county. They may have the technology to do it for us. My day continued with another call involving a child pornography case, which again was going back to the county. I concluded my day with a homicide in Fairview. This is my day off, and this is what I deal with. And I'm taking phone calls. I'm not boots on the ground. I'm not dealing with dead bodies. I'm not having a gun shoved in my face. And so I highly, strongly support this raise for our Sheriff's Department. But I also think that there are other members that work, whether it's in the civilian side of the Sheriff's Department, whether it's in our county, and if we're able to give them where they need to be, I'm all for it. But if we're going to pick and choose right here today, then I stand behind the Sheriff's Department every day today, and my vote is yes.
Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to emphasize again that my amendment to the amendment fully supports what those in favor of the original amendment says. 75% adjustment. In looking at the survey that was presented to us back in December, if you remember that county commission meeting, special meeting in December, that we reviewed that, and then we went through the schedules from the consultant. And so, for some reason, in the discussion about this amendment, it's anti-sheriff's. It's not. I'm saying 75%. I don't know how it's getting co-opted here, Mr. Chair. And so the first amendment that this is amending is it's taking something away. We're delaying radios. They're going to go up in cost, which is a half a penny. So we raise a full penny. We get the radios. We try to address the entire county's issue with pay. I mean, I'm having trouble finding this is an issue. If you want to cut somewhere else, and we can stop and cut somewhere else, but my motion is not to harm the sheriff's department. It is to support the 75%. It is support to buying the radios right now. It's just, let's go up another half a penny, because you're going to have a half a penny to pay for this. We need the radios now, and we need the raise. So that's a half a penny, which is not in the budget. The raise is already in the budget, the 4% overall raise in the budget. I want to make sure, because the conversation is not going that way, Mr. Chair. So the amendment gives 75% compression to everyone except the school system, and that takes care of the radios and the request from the sheriff's department. So this is in favor of what law enforcement has requested, but it's also in favor of the other departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Webb. And I've been, whenever there's an amendment to an amendment, it does get complicated. I've allowed some conversations that have been streamlined towards the First Amendment, because in a way it affects the Second Amendment. But I think in doing so, it has also caused the very confusion that Mr. Webb brings forward. So going forward, I'm going to be a little more strict. I get it. A lot of people want to talk about the raise to the Sheriff's Department. We have another amendment to vote on after this one. If you've pressed your to speak button now, I will ask that you center your questions around the idea of, in addition to the raise that is in the First Amendment, we are now asking you to consider or ask questions surrounding the idea of giving that same raise to the rest of the county. And with that, I'll call on Commissioner Sturgeon on the amendment to the amendment.
I just got in the queue to call the question.
I have a motion to call the question. Do I hear a second? Second. Seconded by Commissioner Hayes. We'll take a voice vote first. If it sounds close, we'll ask for a show of hands. All in favor of calling the question on the amendment to the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Sounds like I had one no, so the motion does pass, and we are now presented with the vote on the amendment to the amendment. Has that been loaded, or? It looks like it has been loaded, so.
How does it say motion to amend public safety?
Jamie, is this the amendment to the amendment? Okay, I'm told that it is, so if you are in favor of the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, it says public safety.
I realize the title is a little confusing.
Category you're under. It will impact other categories, but right now you're under public safety. All right.
So the title is for the fact that we're under the umbrella of public safety, but this is the vote now for the amendment to the amendment, which once again would be to raise to the 75 percentile, not only the Sheriff's Department, but all other departments minus the schools. If you're in favor of that, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please. Mr. Whitby.
10 yes, 13 no.
Motion fails. We're now on to the amendment. Once again, the amendment is to raise to the 75 percentile the Sheriff's Department. And I will open the floor to any questions or comments surrounding that amendment. I guess we all got them out on the other one. Commissioner Webb, do you wish to speak?
I just want to raise again the idea of delaying one-time purchase of capital assets to pay for salary adjustments is not fiscally conservative, and so I would look to the folks that are supporting this to figure out a way to pay for the radios other than, or pay for the raise other than deducting this capital improvement, because we're going to have to buy the radios, and the sheriff has said the price is going to go up. So, you know, that doesn't seem fiscally conservative to me, so I have a problem with it. Yeah, if we want to give the deputies the increase, that's fine, but let's find a way to pay for the radios. Thanks.
Commissioner Sanford?
If we vote yes for this, was it specific in, Commissioner, oh, he's shaking his head no, that we don't have to forego the radios? You just made a suggestion that we could forego the radios, perhaps, because of the sheriff's lead. Okay, I say buy the radios for him and give him a raise.
Commissioner Morton?
This is Commissioner Sanford. I just want to make sure. I think the amendment is only to raise. It was not to also remove radios. So we are just voting to raise to 75% to solve the compression issues in the sheriff's department.
Correct. The amendment doesn't find the money, it just simply says that we wish to find the money. It doesn't tell you where it's going to come from. Hope I explained that clearly. Commissioner Smith, Mary Smith.
I guess probably have a question if this is the right time to bring this up, because the sheriff did do a good presentation on the radios and how to extend the life of them. They last for 5 to 8 years, and right now they're on a 5-year. I don't know if now, though, is a good time, because we're only talking about the amendment. We're not talking about capital.
Correct. This should be on the amendment of whether or not we want to raise
So we can bring that up
this
later.
line item
Okay.
by the
you.
amount that would give the 75 percentile. Was Commissioner Herbert next? Okay. Commissioner Herbert.
My question is, how is this going to be paid for? I mean, there's been nothing to adjust for the radios or anything. What are you going to pay for it? If you don't want to pay for it with a tax increase, how are you going to pay for it? For the future, not just this year, but for the future also. That's Commissioner Torres that made this motion.
Commissioner Torres, if you wish to answer, up to you.
I think we have 23 other commissioners that are very well informed and that we will figure out how to come up with the money. We've done it year over year since I've been on the commission. We don't know the full impact of what the new penny rate's going to be. We budgeted 92% historically. We're budgeting, I think, at 94% this year. Phoebe, what's our 3-year average on our tax collection?
This year, we're sitting at about 96.5% for tax collection. In the prior years, we were about 98% collection.
Right. So we're under budgeting on the revenue side. The penny's going to increase to 2.7? Yes. Okay. And we have a lot of new construction that's not even on our rolls yet. So I'm very confident that there's going to be more than enough revenue coming in to cover this raise.
Commissioner Williams.
Sheriff Hughes, can I ask you a couple questions? Since you became the sheriff, if I just kind of reflect on, I think last year we made a significant investment in the sheriff department, and I believe the sheriff department at that point was the highest paid sheriff department in the state of Tennessee. We funded additional administrative positions so to give you an opportunity to organize the sheriff's department the way that you wanted to. I'm not against doing this for you. I have no problem, but I still feel like it's not a long-term solution. It's going to address the compression that you've been discussing. In my opinion, after talking to both of you as well as previous sheriffs before you, the long-term solution is actually a tenured step system that recognizes years of service. Because, I mean, when we lose a 5-year deputy to Metro, Nashville, they'll compensate them accordingly for those years of experience. And at the same time, we have a law enforcement agent that moves here from another region that has 15 years of service. They're not able to be recognized for that 15 years with our current pay structure, but they can with some near competitors via Franklin, Metro, Brentwood, and that type of deal. Have we contemplated what the long-term solution is and what the impact of that would be?
It's a great question, and a lot of folks have, I guess, supported a step plan. That's not something the county has, I don't think, ever did a deep dive into. That's obviously something that's been discussed. I've had conversations with Claire and HR about this, but to your point about the folks coming in with experience, this is going to allow us to actually plug them in with the experience that they bring to the agency and not starting them at the lowest point on the pay range. It's about establishing pay ranges that will give us some flexibility to plug people in with experience, apples to apples. So not only taking care of the people internally that have the experience and making sure that they're where they need to be in comparison to one another, but giving us the flexibility to bring in people with experience and reward that experience, which gives us another incentive from a recruitment standpoint. That's something that historically hadn't been done. There was a formula that was used that was pretty elementary, and it was not sufficient. It didn't work. long-term plan. This was the path that was chosen based on the study that we contracted with Burris and Thompson and Associates. And I just let that process play itself out because that was the direction that the county went in. I think that we need to continue to look at long-term options because we don't want to continually have to be playing catch-up. So to your point, absolutely. And I'd be happy to work with you or any of the commissioners in looking at what those alternatives are. But we got to start somewhere, and this is a start.
Thank you, Sheriff Hughes. And just a few comments. We have several amendments that are coming up here at the 11th hour. We're trying to approve this budget, and then ultimately we're going to be setting a tax rate later. And in my experience on this, the big taboo of this body is to have to contemplate a tax rate increase mid-cycle, right? This is our opportunity to get it right for the next 4 years. What concerns me, and I have a grave concern, is that we know that we have county employees, the sheriff's departments, public safety officials, with fire and safety, that we're behind the market. But yet, later on, when we start contemplating what that tax rate's going to be, the original proposed rate was $1.34, and we've been playing a shell game to start looking at this $1.29, right? We've historically budgeted it at 92% collection rate, and just because we're going to budget now at 94% collection rate, we can claim that we shaved a couple of pennies off of the proposed tax rate, and it's a bunch of BS. We know we've got needs. Our peer counties, Commissioner Webb just named off, are at $1.91 plus. We're talking $1.29, right? A few pennies here or there, get it right. We need to be careful when this comes up later. I don't mind supporting this amendment, give you what you need, Sheriff, but later on, when we start about, let's keep all these things in mind because there are things that we're going to have to address. And by claiming we shaved a couple of pennies off because we're doing shell game with budgeting, that is bad mojo. Not recommend that. That's all.
And halfway through that, our system went down. So let's give a second here. Should we take a recess or do we need just a short amount of time?
I'll just have to defer to them.
Sean,
Do we need a recess?
you're good?
We're not good. We're not good. It's still down.
And when we resume, Commissioner Williams, if you wish to repeat some of that, I'll give you that time to do so that it's on the record.
It's like they think they're taking a recess.
I don't think we're taking a recess at this time yet. Okay, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess.
we got this.
If the commissioners can start making their way back to their desks, I think we're back up and running. I wonder if it's all the sheriff's deputies' radios.
Well, I know. I need to know if any of the other ladies come forward to tell y'all about his turnover. Not now, because the amendment's gone.
We're on the amendment now.
Yeah, it's not germane. It's not germane now. You might do it again, because there's still
Oh, yeah.
happening.
We're going to reconvene. And pick back up where we left off with the motion on the floor for the amendment, that being the First Amendment, and the second. We were going through questions and comments at that point. Again, this being the amendment to raise the sheriff's department only and raise that to a level that would get them at the 75 percentile.
And if you can hold on just a moment, because that wiped it out on the system, so they're having to reload it.
Okay, are
The
the mics working
amendment.
though? All mics?
The mics are working.
Okay, while they're reloading everything that got wiped out, I'll offer to Commissioner Williams, who was cut off, some of what you said may have been heard, but wasn't on the record. If you wish to restate some of your comments, we can use this time to let you do that.
It was probably a good thing that that it did get pulled. But I think the point is here is that we're making, this is a fairly substantial 11th hour amendment that's being contemplated. This isn't going to be the only one that's going to be contemplated today. Just issuing a warning to the rest of the commission when we start looking at setting the tax rate, and we've been trying to play a shell game to get from $1.34 as originally proposed down to $1.29, because instead of using what we've historically budgeted at 92% collection rate, we're just going to make it 94%, which allows us to shave a couple pennies off, and that's a really dangerous game to play. That 8% is about the closest thing we have to a rainy day fund to account for those things that do come up. And the big taboo here is to have to do a tax rate adjustment in between when we set them formally. We came really close a couple years ago. Really, really close to having to do a tax rate adjustment to account for some things that just truly you couldn't foresee coming up. So we're sitting here trying to celebrate a couple of pennies by playing a shell game in the budget later on in consideration of our tax rate later. I'd highly warn you against that. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment?
Just ask the staff if we need to redo roll call.
Do we need to do redo roll call, Mr. Whitby? Do we need to do it just to clear our screens?
Okay, now I think she may have it. She was inputting the amendment.
Our screens on our end ask us to hit our present button. I don't know.
Oh. No, ours is showing present and actually two people
Okay.
requesting to speak.
If you're seeing that on your screen, go ahead and hit present. It'll change the screen to this to where we are, this line item that we're voting on. Okay, I have Commissioner Guffey.
Thank you, Chair. Having served on the Budget Committee this year, I also, and on the HR Committee, I agree in spirit. I agreed with the prior amendment to the amendment. I am, really hoping to support the sheriff's office and all the deputies and everybody that works there in the sheriff's office. My concern is, to echo Commissioner Williams, We work as a body to balance our budget appropriately and conservatively each year. And I am struggling with this amendment because I don't see yet a solution to fund this amendment. And we've run this through the Budget Committee and the HR Committee, and I'm sure the Law Enforcement Committee several times, and I still have not seen a viable solution to fund this with our balanced budget with the proposed tax rate as it stands. So I want to say things that I've heard some of my fellow commissioners say. I feel strongly that before I can vote on this, I would need more information. And I want to support law enforcement, but I want to do it in a way that keeps our county secure from a fiscal responsibility standpoint. Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert.
I agree with Commissioner Guffey. It's like it's thrown out there and everybody's doing this political move. They want to give these raises, but they don't want to commit to a tax increase, and it's all political. Sometimes we just need to do the right thing. You know, I'm so sorry that the previous amendment to the amendment did not pass, because there are lots of departments in this county that are struggling to fill positions. And I'm going to say 911's a big one, where the deputies can't respond if they don't get the 911 call. You know, this is very difficult, but I'm just going to say this, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to say it. And these raises are not going to solve the problems at the Sheriff's Department. There are other problems in the Sheriff's Department.
Commissioner Richards.
You know, I hear a lot of talk from nepotism. All we're doing is talking about raising the tax rate, not really talking about cutting spending. I know, and it's a capital expense, so it's not part of this budget. We're looking at a park in College Grove for $10 million. Just think of the number of salaries that could pay for. Now, we're borrowing that money from what I understand. But it would be nice to go, I prioritize what I think is important. And I think it's been said a bunch of times, police are the most important along with the fire department. And that should go before anything else, including things like Parks and Rec. And for that matter, the school system. We should be looking to make sure that we have adequate police protection, first and foremost. And my citizens share that opinion. They've told me that. I actually had a lot of citizens email me about the College Grove Park in favor of it. When I explained to them that we're $1.2 billion in debt and going up, they changed their mind. They said no. I'm like, we need to spend that money on the Sheriff's Department. It's just my 2 cents.
I am a rule follower. I think you all know this. I say this a lot. I don't like setting precedent. I don't like doing things at the 11th hour. And I've served on budget committee. There is a way to do things. You go through the committee, you go through budget. And I have said that for 7 years. And today, I'm saying something different. And I don't take that lightly. I have wrestled with this. I don't like being the person saying, let's change it at the 11th hour. We have rules and committees for that very reason. But this is an issue I'm willing to change my mind on, because I think it's vitally important. If it means raising our tax rate 1/2 cent, I'm for it. And I'll say it right now. I'm absolutely for it if it means the only way to fund it at the end of the day, because we haven't even gotten to how we're going to fund it. But if it means upping the tax rate by 1/2 penny, $10 per $800,000 average home, I'll pull $10 out of my wallet right now and put it on the table. And I think Commissioner Sanford would probably say the same thing, because I've heard him say it. If it means raising taxes, that's what he'll do. And so if it means an extra $10 per $800,000 house, it means raising the tax rate 1/2 penny, then I'll put my money where my mouth is. And I'm going to change my mind. I'm not going to stand on principle, which I have for 7 years, that we do not change the budget in the 11th hour, because I know how hard the budget committee works. And so I don't say this lightly, but I will support this, even if it means a tax increase. Thank you.
I just want to address how to pay for this. I've said it since day one when I ran. I told the people, public safety is number one. If we got to do a tax increase, I'm going to vote for it. Commissioner Mason's spot on. Commissioner Williams, spot on. I'll tell my people in District 5, if you want to vote me out, or whatever office I decide to run for next year. If it means raising a half a cent to support these people, I'll not only pay it, I'll pay anybody in these rooms $10 for the rest of their lives. Pay the money, and this is just, it's asinine. Let's just pay these people what they deserve and let's move on.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to say there's been a couple comments about this being an 11th hour decision, but I don't really view it that way. I'm not on the Budget Committee. I appreciate everything they do, but I believe this measure was voted on by the committee and they decided not to do an increase. And this is an opportunity for me to have a say and for the rest of the commission to have a say on whether we do this or not, which I have not had until this moment. So I plan on supporting this amendment.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
I just want to confirm what Commissioner Sturgeon said. This was something that was brought up twice during Budget Committee as a member of the Budget Committee. It was brought up at 2 separate meetings. However, the recommendations at both those were to not do, actually it was just a half of this amount during the Budget Committee. So I just wanted to confirm that this did come up for discussion. Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert.
This is for Phoebe. Phoebe, we can't increase the taxes half a penny, can we?
There are neighboring counties that actually go out 3 decimals. Historically, we have not as a county, but again, that's for you to decide what my tax rate is. So yes, ma'am, we could if this body so chose.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the amendment, if you're in favor of the amendment, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. We're now back to the line item as amended. Ms. Riley, if you could give us that new figure.
Yes, as amended, public safety, $55,887,746.
One more time, if you don't mind.
Yes, $55,887,746.
So that is the new amended amount for the public safety line item. While it's being loaded, any questions or comments on the resolution now as amended? Or the major category, I should say. Is it loaded yet?
Yes.
Okay, we're loaded now. All right, if you're in favor of the category line item with the new amount as amended, then signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby. Motion passes. You can take us to the next category, Ms. Riley.
$14,089,918.
I have a proper motion by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments on this line item? Is it on my question or comment from Commissioner Richards?
Just a comment, my daughter works at the animal control, which is part of this budget. I will be voting my conscience on this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this line item and the budgeted amount, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes.
Social, cultural, recreational services, $27,526,297.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes. Any questions or comments on this line item? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
21 yes, 2 no.
Motion passes.
Agricultural and Natural Resources, $950,537.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey and seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments to this line item? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes.
So we do have this one, this will be affected by the previous amendment. So I'll
Yes.
read the new number. So originally, we had a total other general government of $38,061,690. That would be reduced by $179,870 from the previous amendment. Do I need to,
It would be
Well-
reduced.
or I'm sorry, increased? Yeah,
So let me,
I'm helping.
You need a motion to amend to the new amount as a result
after
of
we
what
get the
you...
first motion, right?
Yes.
So I need a motion to get it on the floor first. I think I had those up. Okay. Proper motion to bring it to the floor, made by Commissioner Judy Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Any questions or comments? I believe I have one from Commissioner Torres.
I was just going to make the motion.
Make the motion to amend. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do I need to amend 58,600? Okay, so this is a motion to amend 58,600 in the amount of increasing at 179,870.
Yes.
Proper motion made by Commissioner Torres, seconded by Commissioner Hayes. Again, this is to amend the total amount by $179,870 to reflect the previous vote that we had made earlier for public safety, increasing that amount. And what is the new total for this line item?
Would be $38,241,560.
And I have a question or comment from Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. So I know that we have those amendments on the last page there, and that's for the 58,600. Do we need to introduce that amendment also? That we came up with the Budget Committee?
Yes.
So we should combine probably the net impact?
Yeah, there were some amendments that were already planned for. Should those be made separately?
I would do them separately.
We'll do those amendments separately. So we'll vote on this amendment, and then if there are others to be made, then we'll ask those commissioners to make those at that time.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment made by Commissioner Drew Torres?
Time out. So, did the 38 already include the Budget Committee amendments?
No, we're going to do those separately.
No, yeah, right.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
I'm just stating the obvious here. We still don't have a way to pay for this.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment? And again, I do believe there are going to be other amendments made, but right now we're voting on the amendment to increase this line item by the amount reflected by the vote we made previously, amending it to $38,241,560. Any other questions or comments on that particular amendment? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the amendment, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
That brings us back to the original line item with the new amount. Any other questions, comments, or amendments? Commissioner Herbert.
Amendments. I know we need to amend the
believe it's 58,400 and 58,600. Do those both need to be separate amendments?
They can be together.
I'm told those two could be made together.
Okay, I need to move to amend the 58,400 other charges total to, is this the right one? Because we've already amended one.
Yes,
That's
still the same.
$5,718,377, and the 58,600 employee benefits total to $27,674,197.
Is that correct, Ms. Riley?
The 58,400 is correct. That is no change due to the previous amendment. 58,600, reducing it with this amendment and our previous will bring the total for 58,600 employee benefits to $27,854,67.
So I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Herbert to amend line item 58,600 to a total of $27,674,197. Do I have a second? Second.
27,854,067.
And that was seconded by Commissioner Lawrence and Commissioner Guffey simultaneously. We'll let the record reflect Commissioner Lawrence. He pushed his button. And any questions or comments on that amendment? Have a question or comment from Commissioner Sturgeon.
Confused. Is this the top two? Is this what we're amending 58,600 for again?
You're looking at something different than I am.
So you're looking at other general government,
Oh,
and so the two line items are 58,400. So that was the amendment to reduce that number from 5,759,557 as previous on the resolution down to 5,718,377. We did make that amendment and did that in Budget Committee based on our bids and some insurance. So this is a twofold.
Hold it. Hey, I'm confused now.
Can we see it in writing on the screen?
The amendment as proposed by budget, you're saying there was a change to 58,400?
Yes.
And that's reflected in the resolution?
No, it is not.
Okay, so nobody's made that.
Commissioner Herbert just
Okay, I don't see it in the proposed budget amendments.
Right.
I don't see a 58,400.
Correct. It's come out since then.
Okay. So you have an amendment to change 58,400 and 58,600. The commission can vote on them together, or they can partition that and vote on them separately.
Well, I guess my question also would be, what does that represent? What is causing this change?
So yes, the reduction in the 58,400 is, if you will recall, we did put out for bid our casualty, liability, building insurance, workers' comp. So those bids did come in, and our director, risk management director, has worked to get those premiums reduced a little bit from our original projection. So in the original budget, we had budgeted for those line items for our premiums a 5% increase. This is reducing that down to a 3% increase. So we are saving based on the bids in which we received.
any other questions or comments on the amendment? Are they loaded for us to vote on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so if you're in favor of the amendment, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Which brings us back to the other general government. What is our new total, Ms. Riley?
As amended, new total would be $880. Excuse me, I will repeat that. So $37,657,880.
The screen hasn't been loaded yet to reflect that. Okay. Any questions or comments on the line item now amended twice. Again, the new total on the screen, $37,657,880. Seeing no questions or comments, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Torres? That's right. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes.
Total general fund?
Yeah.
Total general fund as amended, $174,771,137. Again, that's 174,771,137.
So again, the votes we've made previously brings the total general fund to $174,771,137. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Judy Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Any questions or comments on the total general fund? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. On to solid waste.
Solid waste sanitation fund, $10,509,041.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. Any questions or comments on this line item? Commissioner Herbert.
Motion to amend on this, on the 58,400 other charges, total to, I'm trying to get this right. All right. Solid waste. To $868,444, and the 58,600 employee benefits total to $865,073, reflecting a new total for the solid waste sanitation fund to $10,486,687.
I have a motion seconded by Commissioner Guffey to make those reductions, reflecting a new total of $10,486,687. Any questions or comments on that amendment? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the amendment, signify by pressing your yes button. When it pops up on the screen. Signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Hayes. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
The amendment passes, and now we're back to the line item, again amended with a new total reflected on the screen here and momentarily of $10,486,687. Any questions or comments on that line item in the new total? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Williams. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. On to Special Drug Control Fund.
Special Drug Control Fund, total $196,150.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Mary Smith. Any questions or comments on this line item? Commissioner Herbert.
I guess I have a question, and I may not understand this. I thought the Drug Task Force was no longer around. Why do we have this money in there?
Do you want me to take?
The Drug Task Force was a district agency that fell under the state, under the governor. It has nothing to do with our drug fund. Every agency has a drug fund and a budget for the drug fund. We get state fines for drugs, and we also get asset forfeiture money from seizures, and that's what this money is.
I guess I'm a little confused, because didn't we get rid of those offices and y'all took them over for something? No.
What we did is we leased the office building on Beasley and moved our narcotics division over there. They were previously in the historic courthouse. And so we moved them over there to expand some more space in the historic courthouse for CID.
Okay, so we don't have a drug task force now in the county? It's
There is one drug task force officer that works for the district attorney's office for the whole 21st district, but that falls under the state of Tennessee. And if I'm not saying that right, Commissioner, you may help me on that, as you're aware, but that's Joe Ashmore. He is the only person. I'm on the board for the 21st Judicial Drug Task Force, but they have one employee, essentially. We have a narcotics division, but that's totally separate from the drug task force.
And that position's paid by the state, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the Special Drug Control Fund line item? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Highway Public Works Fund.
Highway Public Works Fund, $15,942,102.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Tunnicliff, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. Any questions or comments? I believe this one may also have an amendment to reduce. Yes, Commissioner Herbert.
I move to amend the 650,000 other charges total to $1,549,241, and the 66,000 employee benefits total to $1,932,784, reflecting a new total for the Highway Public Works Fund to $15,889,776.
Proper motion made by Commissioner Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. Any questions or comments on the amendment to reduce those two line items? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the amendment, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. There we go. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby. Motion passes. I'll now call on Superintendent Golden for the General Purpose School Fund.
Don't we need a motion on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me back off. Yeah, Diane, that's why Diane sits next to me. So we just voted on the amendment. Now we have to vote on the total amount as amended. So we're back to Highway Public Works Fund. Again, I apologize. The new total amount based on the amendment that we just passed is $15,889,776. Do I have any questions or comments on the new total? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Now I will call on Superintendent Golden as we move to the General Purpose School Fund.
Judy has one motion that will get us to this instead of going through individuals.
The original published document included General Purpose School Fund of $565,306,797.
And I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. And I believe this one also has amendments that would reduce the total.
Yes, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to ask if Ms. Riley would just be double checking me as I walk through these. And Mr. Chair, we actually have proposed reductions in each one of those line items from 71,100 regular instruction all the way down to 73,400 early childhood education. And Mr. Chair, it may be, I'm not sure if it needs to come from the Budget Committee or me, but obviously it's going to have to come in the form of a motion.
Yeah, and I'm told that we can do all the amendments in one, or all these reductions in one single amendment.
Okay.
And I believe that is going to come from Commissioner Herbert.
Okay, I want to amend the general purpose school fund for the updated employee benefits for a new total of $562,612,797.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Guffey, to amend this budgeted line item for a reduction down to $562,612,797. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Commissioner Sanford?
In our packet here, it says 562,612,791. Did I miss something?
I've got 797 in my packet, but
On this one?
I'm looking at a different sheet.
On the amendment?
Oh, mine's got.
The whole resolution that came out. Yeah. She's gonna tell you you gotta read each one of those 71 things,
Oh,
Judy. Because it affects every one of them.
okay.
Versus
Did y'all
this one just
decide if
reflects
it's
some of them, or?
797 or 791?
797.
797, which was what was told.
No, these three are already done.
Yes.
This is where we are.
But that's a typo. You gotta use this number that's in the full resolution that went out. After that, Jeff, I'm sorry, it went out. You got it too.
So this
is a
document
new
apparently
amount.
has a typo on it, and I believe,
It's got a
Everybody should
typo.
have gotten this resolution that shows every line item that revised on the general purpose school budget.
and if you,
Mailed after your packet. Yes, it came after the packet in an email because that's when the budget committee met on Thursday after your packet was mailed.
But it's not here in paper.
I can lead you to water. I can-
all right, so we've got,
I'm fine, I found it.
It either that or we had to print it off, I can't remember.
on the one that was emailed to you, if you follow the math on each reduction, it does bring you to a total of $562,612,797. Commissioner Herbert, if you don't mind calling out the new
Okay.
totals of each line item so each commissioner can hear those and be able to write those down in case they did not have this or didn't print it out. And then we'll double check our math to make sure that that total is reflected correctly.
You have
Now, I don't have that, I just got the different
Okay, I'll
category
read 'em.
numbers.
I'll read them out.
Okay.
All right, so 71,100, and again, this is all under one amendment to reduce each and every one of these line items. The first one would be reduced to a total of $240,081,265. The next line item, 71,150, alternative instruction, would be a reduction that would bring that total to $743,522. The next item, the proposed amendment, would bring to $81,073,153. Next line item, amendment proposing to reduce that to $11,261,451. Next line item, proposed amendment is to reduce down to $2,032,000. Next line item, and we're at attendance now, is $859,084. Health services would be $9,904,747. Other student support, $21,143,970. Regular instruction program, $27,406,308. Alternative support, $403,325. Special education, $13,526,309. Vocational educational program, $756,171. Technology, $21,686,609. Board of Education, $22,120,572. Office of the Superintendent, $2,638,693. School Administrative Office of Principal, $34,659,134. Fiscal Services, $2,953,386. Human Resources and Personnel, $3,245,753. Operation of Plant, $23,195,102. Maintenance of Plant, $13,869,806. Student Transportation, $26,433,295. Community Services, $1,665,962. And Early Childhood Education, $953,180. If someone will just verify that I read those off correctly and that the math brings us to the total that is on the screen.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and if I may, 71,400 site-based program did not contain a change, but then you did read those numbers as well, so it is accurate.
Okay. Accurate number read, but that did not change from the original. Any questions or comments on the amendment to make those reductions, bringing the new total to $562,612,797? I have a question or comment from Commissioner Sturgeon.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what was the process that created all these little changes?
Thank you, Commissioner. That actually came from the Budget Committee, where the proposal from the Budget Committee that was voted on was to reduce the health insurance per FTE by $500 per person. We have people in those lines.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the amended line item budgeted line item, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
21 yes, 2 abstain.
The amendment passes. Now we're back to the motion on the floor for the line item total. Again, now $562,612,797 for the general purpose school fund. Any questions or comments on that line item? Question or comment from Commissioner Lisa Hayes.
Hello, Superintendent. Quick question. I asked this in October, so I'm going to ask again. And my apologies that I was not able to attend your budget meetings. But I know the state sent a letter and asked and recommended the governing body to adopt a fund balance policy for all fund types with the requirement to maintain not less than 2 months of regular operating revenues or expenditures for operating funds. You may determine, it says more than 2 months if you feel the need, but did you guys do anything to address the comptroller letter?
I may bring our CFO, Rachel Farmer, up here.
Sure.
But the structure we have for the state is to pass a budget that includes a 3% fund balance. This budget does include that 3% fund balance.
Okay.
So there is 3% of this total budget that is undesignated. I don't know if it meets the recommendation, but it does meet the state requirements of that 3%.
Okay.
So we have not proposed to increase our revenue sufficiently, if I'm not mistaken, to have 2 months of operating expenses. I will say, from our perspective, with the size of our district, we believe it's reasonable not to increase that expenditure to that extent, based on our past experience as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Mason.
I just simply like to tell everybody every year that my husband is a Williamson County school employee, so I will, of course, be voting my conscience or in good faith, because it doesn't individually line item affect him. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. And Commissioner Jones.
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Recognize Commissioner Jones as a longtime school teacher here in Williamson County, and we thank him for his service on both the school system and as a county commissioner. Any other questions or comments on the newly amended total of the general purpose school fund? We are on the amendment, right?
As amended.
As amended. Okay, this is voting. We voted on the amendment, now voting for that new total. I see no questions or comments, so if you're ready to vote and you're in favor of the new total of the general purpose school fund, press your yes button. All opposed, press your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Williams. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
22 yes, 1 abstain.
Motion passes. On to Central Cafeteria Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Central Cafeteria Fund, as published, is $20,827,302. Just as a reminder, this does not include any county government tax revenue for this fund.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. I'll call on Commissioner Judy Herbert.
I want to amend the 73100 food service line to $20,749,302.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Judy Herbert to reduce the line item to $20,749,302, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the amendment and you're in favor of it, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. So on to the newly reflected total of $20,749,302. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote and you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Extended School Program Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amount as published is $8,077,174. And again, this Extended School Program Fund does not include any county government tax revenue.
Proper motion made by Commissioner Judy Herbert and seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. And the chair again will recognize Commissioner Judy Herbert.
Okay, another amendment to amend the 73300 community service line item to $8,045,674.
Proper motion to reduce the line item to $8,045,674 made by Commissioner Judy Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the amendment and you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Back to the line item itself with the newly reflected total of $8,045,674. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote and you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Aiello. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Golden. Ms. Riley, I believe we're now on General Debt Service Fund.
Yes, sir. General Debt Service Fund for a total of $67,081,676.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. Any questions or comments on this line item? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
And the motion passes. Rural Debt Service Fund.
Rural Debt Service Fund, total budget of $42,198,228.
I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Any questions or comments on the Rural Debt Service Fund? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, press your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. So now for the total county budget of all funds.
As amended.
As amended, sorry.
Yes, as amended, total county budget for all funds, $900,756,130.
Have a proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey, to approve a total budget after all amendments that we have voted on previously and all line items voted on previously of $900,756,130. Any questions or comments? Question or comment from Commissioner Paul Webb?
I just want to make sure, does that include the amendment about the law enforcement?
Oh, you were correct, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Webb.
I added it everywhere except there.
You too. I'm going to put you in timeout. Both of you. I know you did. It wouldn't matter.
Oh my God. Oh, I like it. I meant to put on one day and I totally forgot about it. I'm always just running. It was too damn early this morning.
Yeah, you're right. Is that the next resolution? It's the last one. Should I do all of them up to the last one?
Then luckily this morning, I don't know if people took the all weekend from the holiday yesterday.
Do you have the
Sorry,
new total?
no, yes, I was just checking my match twice.
That's all right. Check
So,
it twice,
total
check it
as
3
amended,
times.
thank you, Commissioner Webb, $902,037,427.
In a minute, that should pop up on your screen, but just to repeat it for all clarity, because we left one of the amendments out that we voted on previously. Adding that one back in brings us to a new grand total of $902,037,427.
31,000, excuse me, 31,427. 902,031,427.
Okay. So for the record, $902,031,427, and that is indicated on your screen. Any questions or comments before we vote on the total county budget of all funds? I see none. If you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of approving the budget, then press your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Williams? Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
22 yes, 1 abstain.
Motion passes. I'm going to do a time check here. Diane wants us to be at the Enrichment Center at a certain time. So I do believe we will be coming back, but I've heard from some commissioners that might not be able to come back. So let's maybe try to get through the next 2 resolutions.
Hey, let's set that tax rate.
That's right. If we're going to move that one up, I would suggest we maybe take a recess now, but if we want to go in the order in which the resolutions are presented to us, then that would bring us to Resolution 6, 2025-2, resolution making appropriations to nonprofit emergency services organizations of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st of 2025 and ending June 30th of 2026. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Judy Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. Any questions or comments on this resolution? Commissioner Sanford.
I'm the lieutenant with Arrington Fire Department, but I don't take any money, as does nobody else there. So I'll vote my conscience.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the resolution, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Going on to Resolution 6, 2025-3, resolution making appropriations to nonprofit charitable organizations within Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st of 2025 and ending June 30th of 2026. Proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Question or comments from Commissioner Herbert?
I just want to say that I am a CASA volunteer. I do not get paid, but I will vote my conscience.
Any other question or comment from Commissioner Richards?
Hi, just a quick question. The Convention and Visitors Bureau, that comes from tax funds, correct?
Hotel motel tax, yes. It is a percentage, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert, did you have another question or comment?
No.
Okay, that's all right. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the resolution, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Go to lunch. All right, so we're now going to take a recess so we can all head over to the Enrichment Center.
Listen, we just voted on a budget. Everybody needs to vote on how to fund it.
Predicting a few questions and comments on that one. We'll go ahead and run over to the Enrichment Center because I believe the photographer is going to be ready for us at around 11:30. Lunch will be ready at 12. And then we'll come back here to reconvene. So we are on a reset. Sorry, hang on a second, folks.
Oh, this is not good. Let's go ahead and do it because the caterer's not good.
All right, hang on, folks. Hang on. We got some last minute, talk about final hour news. Something's wrong with the caterer, and
Go ahead.
we don't have food as of now. Hopefully that will change. But since we don't have anything to eat, I'm being told that we maybe should go ahead and proceed.
Let's proceed.
I'll start y'all.
That was probably deemed done.
I think if we had given that department a raise, we may have food. They're acting accordingly. So, if we can all return to our seats, we are still convened. DoorDash. And with that, we will go to Resolution 6/2025-4, resolution certifying the tax rate based on the 25 reappraisal program in Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025. Again, I know you guys know this. I don't want to be remedial. This is to certify the tax rate that we had to go to by law because a reappraisal, as we all know, does not in and of itself create higher taxes. Revenue neutral. So, do I need to read these off? Okay. Which is 1.2433?
Yes.
And that rate, if left untouched, would be 1.2433. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote and you're in favor of the resolution, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Richards? That's all right. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution. One absent. Greg didn't get the memo, maybe, that we weren't going to go eat just yet. He was hungry. So that resolution passes. And with no further updates on whether or not we have food or not, let's go ahead and go to Resolution 6/2025-5. Resolution setting the tax levy in Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st of 2025. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey and seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes. The proposed total rate would go to 1.34. We have amendments, and do I just go to Judy Herbert for all these? Yeah, okay. The chair recognizes Judy Herbert.
Okay, so we have an amendment on that from the last budget meeting. All these other amendments, so I'm going to read what the amendment was from the Budget Committee.
Okay.
And amend County General Fund to .27, solid waste sanitation to .03, general purpose school fund to .75, general debt services fund to .15, and rural debt services to .09, for a total of $1.29.
I have a proper motion for an amendment. Do I hear a second? Second came from Commissioner Sturgeon. Any questions or comments on the amendment? First one goes to Commissioner Steve Smith.
Yes. We've had a lot of discussion about the Sheriff's Department, the full county in terms of salaries, with no immediate way to fund that. I would propose an amendment to raise the county general to .28 from .27 to take care of those unfunded issues that we've approached today.
I have a proper motion to raise the county general fund from .27 to .28, which would raise the total amount by a penny to 1.30. That proper motion came from Commissioner Steve Smith, and the second came from Commissioner Guffey. Any questions or comments on the amendment? To the amendment. Jennifer Mason on the amendment.
Thank you. I agree we're going to have to do something based on the changes that we made earlier. And Phoebe, this is a question for you. The proposal is to raise it a penny, which generates what, about 2.3 million?
2.7.
2.7. The increase in the budget for the sheriff's deputy raises was
1275.
1275. So am I correct, we can accomplish paying those salaries with just a half?
We could if you chose to take it out 3 decimals.
Okay. And so my question really is for Commissioner Smith. What or where would the other half penny increase go to? Since we only have 1.2 million in increase.
Commissioner Smith.
Well, everybody spoke so eloquently about wanting to support all the rest of the county employees, and we expect to have a presentation on where we are on that during this upcoming budget year. This would give us some room to take care of those issues.
Thank you. That answers my question.
And I believe in the interim, it would go to the general fund. Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Commissioner Sanford.
You know, we talk about Sheriff's Office, and then we talk about the rest of the county employees. What we haven't talked about is the volunteer firefighters, right? This can has been kicked so far down the road that what you city people don't understand is there's calls that go unanswered in the county. It's a huge problem. You have a house fire, and an agency or 5 agencies do an all-call, and you might have 15 people show up, volunteers. You have some paid county captains that'll show up if it's during the day, but maybe 1 or 2 of them may come in at night. But it's a huge problem. So maybe why don't we take that half a cent to at least put 1 person at every station, 2 people at every station. There's very competent people, Mr. Bonson, Connor, they can address this, but it's a huge problem. Again, it's never really been addressed in this county. We're still living under the 1982 model of neighbors helping neighbors, and it's hard to get volunteers. And again, Mr. Bonson can come up here and speak to that, so y'all will understand what dire straits this county situation is for the fire service, right? The county walks a very thin line. Are we in the fire service? Are we not in the fire service? And we try and skate around whether we're in the fire business or not in the fire business. And a decision needs to be made whether we're going to go in the fire business and protect the citizens or not, and keep going as status quo. And I can recall the other day, a call went out and somebody was stuck in an elevator and there was nobody to go to it. So they dispatched other stations, right? Luckily, Arrington had some people to go. So it's a huge problem, and I think we need to start, if we're gonna start looking at raising taxes, we raise it for when somebody calls 911, right, they're having the worst day of their lives. Let's get at least a paid person at every station, 2 paid people, whatever that looks like, Monday through Friday, I don't know. So you don't have to rely on 48-year-old people to go do the job of it's a young man's game. So maybe we start looking at spending the money where it really counts.
Do you want Connor Scott to come up?
No, I want Jay Bond to come up, please.
Is he? Yeah.
Point of order, is this on the amendment?
It is not. This would be an appropriation. That bill has already been, or that resolution has already been passed. This is on the tax rate. So no, it would not be relevant to the tax rate discussion.
I apologize for calling up on.
Well, I can make an amendment to the amendment then. I just don't want to start confusing
You've already
people.
got an amendment to the amendment. You're only allowed 2 amendments to the resolution. You'd have to wait until one of those amendments was disposed of before you could make that. But you can't, it's amending the tax rate does not make an appropriation for the purpose you're trying to address. That needed to be done in the budget, which was just passed. So you would be basically increasing the fund balance, but you would not be making an appropriation for the purpose of which you're speaking. You can't do that resolution now because it wasn't noticed. It would have to come in July.
In a future meeting? Okay. So we are back to the amendment to raise the county general fund by a penny from 127.28, which would raise the total to $1.30. Any other questions or comments on that amendment? Seeing none, if we're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the amendment, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Petty. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
13 yes, 10 no.
Resolution passes.
The amendment.
No, I'm sorry, the amendment passes.
Now you have your first amendment.
And that was,
That was Judy's to go into 27, which is now 28.
with that, okay. So we're back to the original amendment, which now altered by that amendment would take us to a county general fund of .28. Solid waste remains at .03. General purpose school funds is now .75. General debt service remains at .15. Rural debt remains at .11.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, it goes to .09.
The total rate of 1.30.
Yeah, for a total rate of 1.30. Just want to make sure my math checks out with everyone else's. Any questions on that amendment? First question or comment comes from Commissioner Sanford. Okay, then we go to Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not sure who to ask to explain this, but I'm going to try and put this in pretty simple layman terms. So the original proposed budget was $904,217,000 and some change. After we amended it, it's $902,031,000 and some change. So it's roughly, we reduced it by about $2.2 million. However, this amendment is changing the proposed tax rate of $1.34 down to $1.29.
$1.30 with
$1.30 now, as amended. Can somebody please adequately explain what other changes were made in the budget to account for those additional pennies? If we've only reduced it $2.2 million, but we're looking at 4 less pennies on the tax rate, what else was incorporated in this to get to that 1.30?
Yes, ma'am. So we did a couple of, actually a few things. The first you had mentioned earlier was changing our calculation for our collection rate and changing that from 92% to 94%. That did save, obviously, a few pennies. As you said, it's just obviously shuffling it from one to the other, but that did generate less of a need for me to increase that tax rate. The other thing that we did that you had a big effect that you saw on the school system was we chose to reduce, based on the Budget Committee endorsement, that we reduce the per person insurance rate from $13,000 to $12,500. Again, that saved approximately $3 million or so. The third thing, obviously, is we also discussed was the liability insurance for property casualty. We saw some savings when those premiums came in after the bids, and that saved another few $100,000. So with that, we have also allocated, we have chose to allocate the commission, or the committee, I should say, the budget committee, on their recommendation is to go back and look at some education impact fees. So you will have a resolution next month that comes before you. So when we first started collecting education impact fee in 2007, we were very conservative. One, we didn't have a balance to pull from, obviously we had just started. Secondly, we were under suit. We didn't know how that was going to go, how that was going to play out. So we were very conservative with what we pulled from the education impact fee. So at the mayor's recommendation, I have gone back, looked at the 2018 and the 2019 bonds. We have addressed some funds that we had borrowed for some growth projects. By actually going back and capturing that and allocating some of these education impact fee funds to offset principal and interest in the coming year, we have been able to save 2 pennies in the debt service.
So I'd kind of like to hone in on the budgeting mechanism of the 92 to 94% collection. So if memory serves me correct, I think historically we do collect around 97%.
Correct.
And then with a little bit of legal intervention, we typically can get that up to 99%, from my understanding.
Correct.
But as long as I've served on the commission, as long as my parents served on the commission before, we have always budgeted at a 92% collection rate as a conservative budgeting safety mechanism, right? Because we do know that throughout any given fiscal year, there's additional needs that arise that we go unaccounted for in a budget. And that gives us the ability to address those when they come up without having to change the tax rate. It gives me grave concern that we're going to deviate from that standard principle that has served us well for so long and play a shell game by going from 92 to 94 so we can shave a couple of pennies. Now, Phoebe, if we go back to 92% in the budget, how does that adjust the proposed current amended rate?
So if we go back to the original 92, we have 2 choices. We would obviously either have to absorb those pennies that we had taken away to offset the amount of revenue those 2 pennies generate, or we would have to do an additional draw from our fund balance. We are currently, I think all of you had received a summary statement of proposed operations that gave you an outline of what our draw looks like today. So even as is, with this rate, with all the things that we've taken into play, we will still, to budget this, to actually balance this budget, we will have a draw from fund balance of $14.3 million. If we go back to the 92, you will increase that to about $17 million draw from fund balance. Again, as you say, everything we pull from fund balance is less of a reserve we have to offset expenses in emergency. It is a balance.
So I would like to propose, and I'll ask for help on how to craft this, but to revert back to budgeting with a 92% collection rate, right? And then I assume we would need to adjust these individual line items on the tax rate, or no?
No, well, no, because actually you're only approving the expenditures. So when you actually approve the recommendation and approve the tax rate, then I will go back in and offset the revenue side.
So in essence, instead of the amendment needs not to be 1.30, but 1.32? Is that correct?
Yes. And that's where we came, when we were budgeting the 92%, that's where we originally had proposed a 1.34 tax rate. We were trying to reduce that. Now, with the insurance and things that we have taken into play, that will help. But yes, we will need to go back to 1.32.
Then I propose the amendment to stick with our long-time standing budgeting principles here to make this 1.32.
Council, just to raise it to 1.32. I don't think you can specify what that would go to. Am I wrong?
I'm asking her if would it break down by fund?
It would. I would need to go back to see where that breakdown. If you want me to put 2 pennies back into the general fund, we can do so, or if you want to offset a penny somewhere else. But the general fund is where we're pulling the major part of our draw. So I would recommend if to increase, we would pull it into general fund so that we can reduce the amount of our draw.
To be specific, if he were to raise it 2 pennies, you're saying that would go to the county general fund, which would go to
.30.
to .30, and then the total would be 1.32.
Correct.
Would be the form of your amendment?
Correct.
Okay.
So Commissioner Williams, if I'm correct, your amendment is actually to raise the county general fund to .30.
Which would create a net of 1.32, correct?
Which would create a tax rate of 1.32.
Correct.
No, we were back to the
We
general.
were back to the original
So
amendment,
now
so this
we've
is now
got
an
a new
amendment
amendment. So
to
this
that,
is not an amendment to the amendment.
to the amended, amendment to the amended amendment.
It's an amendment
Amended
to the resolution as amended. Yes.
Yeah, so to help, and it kind of helps me to say it out loud too. So we had already voted on and passed an amendment to change the rate to 1.30 when we were back to the entire resolution. Now we have a new amendment to consider, and that would raise the rate to 1.32. And that amendment came from Commissioner Williams, and I believe was seconded by Commissioner Guffey.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes.
So I do need to make sure that we do mention that offsetting, dropping that 94 also helped cushion our school, our GPS fund. So my recommendation would be to split those pennies and do one for general fund and one for general purpose school, because offsetting that so that we can maintain that 3% balance.
Commissioner Williams, do you want to alter your
I'm following your guidance here.
amendment?
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt you?
And Commissioner Guffey, do you, are you okay with the altering of the amendment to,
Yeah.
and I guess I'll state it out loud here. This would be, the correct amendment would be county general fund raised by a penny to a total of .29. And the general school fund raised by a penny to .76. Still giving us the same total of 1.32. By the amendment, and I think
Calculated.
Mayor Rogers Anderson would like to say something.
Yeah, so when we work with numbers on the fly, to push the same numbers she's trying to push, can we take a 10 or 15-minute break? We'll be sure our numbers are correct, because you're setting the tax rate now. The other numbers we can move around, but when I set that, we set that tax rate, once it's set, that's it.
It's good for the year.
So can you give us 10 or 15 minutes to really work on these numbers?
That's wise. Thank you.
And second thing is, we are having lunch. You want to try to get this finished ahead of time?
I would say if we have lunch, let's go ahead and recess for lunch and come back. That gives you your 10 minutes and allows us to go get our picture taken.
Either way, whatever the will of the body is.
All right. So we will recess and head over to the Enrichment Center now, where I'm told we do have lunch. The first thing we'll do, though, is take our picture, I believe, in the auditorium, in the forum.
Just at the Enrichment Center in the foyer.
When you get to the Enrichment Center, we'll first take our picture before eating. We're recessed.
trust everybody had a good lunch.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. I think they cleaned out the whole restaurant, brought us everything they had, so.
And you're going to have to remind me the individual you wanted me to thank for the school bus. That was
Brian King, thank you
Brian
for the
King.
school
Thank you
bus.
for the school bus. Absolutely. All right, so I will call back to order the budget meeting of the Williamson County Commissioners.
County Commission meeting.
County Commission meeting to discuss the budget. And I understand we have to do roll call again, is that right? So if you'll hit your present buttons.
No, they don't work.
I think it's
right?
going to actually be a roll call. I can do that.
Oh, it's going to do it by voice?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll have to do it by voice.
We can't reload roll call in the same meeting.
And we have a few commissioners that didn't come back, so. All right, Mr. Whitby, whenever you're ready, call the roll.
All right, Commissioner Aiello. Commissioner Beathard.
Here.
Commissioner Clifford. Here. Commissioner Guffey.
Here.
Commissioner Hayes.
Here.
Commissioner Herbert.
Here.
Commissioner Hester.
Here.
Commissioner Jones.
Here.
Commissioner Lawrence. Absent. Commissioner Mason.
Present.
Commissioner Morton.
Present.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Here.
Commissioner Petty.
Here.
Commissioner Richards.
Present.
Commissioner Sanford.
Here.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Steve Smith.
Here.
Commissioner Stresser.
Here.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Here.
Commissioner Torres.
Here.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Here.
Commissioner Webb.
Here.
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
All right, I have 22 present with one absent, Commissioner Lawrence absent.
And Commissioner Lawrence had let me know that he had to go back to work, wouldn't be able to reconvene with us. All right, so on my screen, I have a request to speak from Greg Sanford.
What do you want to restate?
I'd like to make a motion to defer the discussion on the tax rate, 2025-5, for a moment and reintroduce the vote on 6/20/25-1, which I voted incorrectly on by mistake.
Second.
All right. Third. All right, I have a proper motion to reconsider a previous resolution that we have voted on.
This is
That
a motion to defer. This is
Oh.
a motion to defer 2025-5.
motion to defer the resolution that we were on when we
Correct.
took our break,
Because you had a motion on the floor.
6/25/5.
And my reasoning is I think it will alter the discussion about the tax rate, so.
Okay.
And you can do that by voice vote. I'm not sure we mixed it.
What? He's asking both vote.
Deferring it, does it take the amendment that's on the floor to
It takes
defer to?
everything
Okay,
at this
they
point,
just need
and
to
it'll
know.
come back to that
Okay.
point. Correct.
They're gonna voice
But his
vote.
motion also needs to be to reconsider. It can't be just to defer.
Defer first, and then he does a motion to
6/20/25-1.
reconsider.
Okay.
Don't know that you can combine those motions.
Okay. So I have a motion to defer the resolution 6/25/5.
Point of order. Did Commissioner Williams not have a proper motion? We were just waiting for the numbers before we left for lunch.
He did, and this is a motion to defer that amendment in the underlying resolution until after the vote to reconsider Resolution 1 is heard. You will come back to it. It's not laying it on the table, it's only deferring it until the reconsideration of 1.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a proper motion and a second. Are we going to do this by voice or?
It's not loaded, so.
Now, you can do the deferral by voice.
Okay.
Is there any discussion on it?
Yes,
Yeah,
because it is to a definitive time.
I would like to know why.
Because I voted no, and I meant to vote yes. I was very confused, so that's why.
I voted yes, and my screen went gray. So I think there was a malfunction of the tech. And it recorded no, so.
The particular amendment that they were voting on was defeated 10-13. If you have two votes that change in the reconsideration, it will pass 12-11. It was the amendment to give the same raise to 75% to the other county employees. That would change if you reconsider it and if you vote for that amendment, the way they have described their votes. You would then have to re-vote on the entirety of the resolution with new numbers before you get back to your tax rate. That's what's being attempted here, whether you vote for it or not, but that's what the procedure is going through.
All right, so we have at least 2 commissioners who feel like their vote wasn't tabulated the way they had intended, and so they're asking us to go back and reconsider that
Correct.
resolution. To do that, we need to defer this one because it'll affect the tax rate. So there'll be, I guess, ultimately two motions, 2 separate motions. This first one is to defer the one that we were working on before we went to lunch, that being 625.5. I have a motion and a second, and we're just going to do a voice vote, right?
Yeah, if there's no more discussion.
Oh, and I'll entertain any questions or comments before we vote. And I don't know if that screen's working either, so.
Yes, it is.
Just for clarity. I'm a little confused here. Are we going back to the amendment to to the 121, so that we could re-vote on whether or not we include all the employees in the pay raise? Is that what we're doing?
That's the ultimate goal of what I've been told. You have to do the steps of deferring this resolution, reconsidering 2025-1, then you will have to reconsider the amendment that was proffered by Commissioner Webb to give it to all the county employees.
Okay, so this is the first step to get there.
This is the first step in going down that road.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment to defer? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, I guess we're doing it by voice, so let's just do a voice. All those in favor of the amendment to defer signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Raise your hand if you are a no vote, and keep it up for Mr. Whitby to count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 7,
8. So I see 14 yes, 8 no.
Motion passes.
Motion to defer. Now he would need to make a motion to reconsider 2025-1.
All right. The chair recognizes Commissioner Sanford.
I'd like to make a motion to bring back up 6/20/25-1 and allow the extra half, is that extra half
We
penny?
need to get it reconsidered first, and then you'll go back to the amendment that you want to change.
Okay, so I'm making a motion to reconsider 6/20/25-1.
Second.
I have a motion to reconsider Resolution 625-1 by Commissioner Sanford and seconded by Commissioner Hester. Any questions or comments on the motion to reconsider? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, we'll do a voice vote again. If you're in favor of the motion to reconsider, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. If you're a no vote, please raise your hand and keep it up long enough for Mr. Whitby to get a good count.
6, 7, 8. 14 yes, 8 no.
Motion passes. So we're now back to Resolution 625-1, resolution approving the terms of the contract. Oh, no, I'm sorry,
You're in the wrong meeting.
I'm in the wrong meeting. Resolution making appropriations for the various funds, departments, institutions, offices, and agencies of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st of 2025 and ending June 30th of 2026.
Now you need a motion to reconsider the amendment proffered by Commissioner Webb.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion this time to reconsider the motion brought by Mr. Webb in regard to bringing county employees up to the 75th percentile, if I'm saying that accurately, Carl.
Second.
Okay, I have a proper motion and a second to bring back the amendment, is that what we're calling it?
Yes.
Of the consideration of bringing all county employees, minus schools, correct?
Correct.
To the 75 percentile. Any questions or comments concerning that motion? Seeing,
This is not
okay.
right. The motion's not right on the screen.
We've already passed reconsider.
It's not going to.
I think they're catching up with us.
It's
So just go from the discussion.
Yeah. Commissioner Webb.
Mr. Chair, I understand there may be some confusion, so I want to make sure that I understand as well as the others. What we've done is the amendment that I proposed earlier today, but since then, we have passed a resolution to add a penny, passed 13 to 10 to amend our tax rate to $1.30. So with that knowledge in hand, then we can take the amendment that I prepared, because we have now funded that if we pass the full budget. But I want to make sure everybody understands that work. So it may be that Counselor explains that a little bit more. That's the language of the amendment I offered earlier today related to the amendment that passed, taking the rate to $1.30, how they work together.
Well, the $1.30 has not passed yet. The amendment taking it to $1.30 passed, but that resolution is still open. But assuming that you have that, then you do have an additional penny when the raises that were given to the, under public safety were only a partial portion of that penny, and at least the numbers presented earlier, it would fund this, so you would not have to increase the general fund budget again in order to fund it. I believe that's correct, but Phoebe will have to confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing, and we're just voting to reconsider that amendment right now. If you vote to reconsider, then she can provide you the numbers that would change in the resolution, so you can vote on that amendment in full and then the resolution as amended. Does that make sense? I know there are quite a few procedural steps here, so I'm trying to.
If I may, I'll attempt, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I'll try to give the layman's answer here. And again, specifically, Commissioner Sanford and Hester, please correct me if I'm wrong, but if you guys recall, when we were in the resolution 6/2025-1, there was an amendment, and then there was an amendment to the amendment. That was brought by Paul Webb, and it was suggesting that along with giving a raise to the Sheriff's Department that would bring them to 75%, that we look at all county offices minus schools that aren't at 75% and bring those to a 75% level as well. And if you recall, there was a lot of discussion. It kind of ended with Commissioner Webb saying, hey, I think some people are confused here, that they believe my amendment is canceling out the First Amendment. And after lunch, two commissioners approached Jeff and I and said that that was very much the case for them. And so they would like us to reconsider so they have an opportunity to vote their conscience. So that's what I believe is before us now, but I would like to see at least a nod or something from Commissioner Hester and Commissioner Sanford that I spelled that out correctly. So we've gone through the motions that get us to where we're at now, which is reconsidering Resolution 6/2025-1. And from there, I'm going to have to hand it to council again to see where we go next.
You got speakers.
Oh, and I have speakers. So yeah, we had a motion and a second, so now we'll have questions and comments, the first going to Commissioner Richards.
Well, hopefully I understand it correctly, but if we pass this resolution and to do not pass the tax increase, what happens with this resolution?
If you do not pass the tax increase and sufficient revenue to fund the budget, then you will have to reopen the budget and cut numbers until you can reach the revenue that is provided by whatever tax rate you land on.
Okay, thank you.
Unless there's enough to take it out of fund balance, but
Okay.
but that's not a number I can give you.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Yeah, I just want to express that this seems like really bad optics and very unorthodox to go back and reconsider a vote that we already had, and now we have one less commissioner who thought that they voted for something that passed, and now they've left for whatever reason. We all go to lunch and have a nice conversation, and then we come back and decide we're going to revote. This just looks really bad. And I think it's regrettable that it's being done. So I've never had the opportunity to change any of my votes in the past. And I think that's a good thing. So that's my feelings on the situation.
Mr. Mosley, do you want to explain how the rules allow for this, that it has to be the opposing side that even brings it up?
The prevailing side has to bring it up for reconsideration, and as the votes are tallied right now, Commissioner Sanford is in fact on the prevailing side as they are recorded. Parliamentary procedure allows a matter to be reconsidered in the same meeting by majority vote. That's the only procedure that's available. You can't vote a second time on something that has already been voted on. You can only open it for reconsideration if you're doing that in the same meeting. That's the procedure. It's certainly recognized in Robert's rules, so that's the procedure we're following.
I didn't say we were violating the rules. I'm just saying that was really
Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, actually, I think Commissioner Sturgeon's comments are timely. I voted no on this earlier, and the reason I voted no is I don't necessarily believe that every time we consider a pay raise for our law enforcement professionals that we have to also consider it for all the employees across the rest of the county as well. However, it doesn't mean that there's not merit in the discussion for a raise for the county employees. I would just prefer that we have it in more detail at a later commission date. So I'm going to maintain my vote from earlier as no, but I'm not against doing this vote again if Commissioner Sanford and Commissioner Hester feel like that their vote was recorded falsely, and then give them an opportunity to recast it. That's all.
Commissioner Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you, Commissioner Williams, for what you just said, because I agree with you. I don't remember when we looked at the 65th percentile in HR committee if we looked at anything beyond the 65th percentile for the county employees. I only remember in law enforcement that we asked for the study to look at the 75th, the 85th, and the 95th, get us grounded in that data. So I'm very uncomfortable making a decision that we have already made a decision on. I'm all in favor of bringing it back in September to consider as a mid-year adjustment, but like Commissioner Williams, I will not support this.
Commissioner Hayes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to add upon what Commissioner Torres just said. I agree. I think we need a deeper dive. That's why I requested that Claire come back to the commission and present that data to the whole commission, because I'd like to understand better, and it can always be an adjustment later. I also have concerns that this is not the second time that we've had people who goes, what in the world am I voting on? Is it yes or no? So what I would like to propose, and I don't know if it's the appropriate forum, but that we have a detailed description typed out like what we're looking at now, where it says motion to consider. So people in this, and the stands out here, the commissioners, fully understand what they're voting on, because I think that's often an issue. And it's not the first meeting this has happened. So I don't know if we can do that from now on and make this a part of our normal process, that we can see it fully in writing of what we're voting on, because I think that'll probably avoid a lot of confusion in the future. So I don't know if we can do that, or if I need to put a resolution in place to change that as a process. I'm happy to do that, but
Well,
no need to do a resolution?
Well, I think it's something that's already in place, but sometimes we get a little ahead of Jamie and them and their ability to type. So I will try in the future to pause
Awesome.
If needed to give them that opportunity.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I have to agree with Commissioner Torres, Commissioner Williams, and Commissioner Hayes that it's not just about, I'm all about getting everybody up to a market rate on their pay, but I also am thinking about our teachers and the message that this will send to them. And I just think we need more time to do a more comprehensive look and work with the school board on making sure that we're taking care of all the people across the county. I feel like the law enforcement was kind of a unique situation that we needed to get on immediately, but I feel this feels rushed, and I feel like we just need to take a pause. There's a lot of moving parts this year, a lot of moving parts, and I just think that would be, we need to do our due diligence and understand what the full impact is across the county. I just feel the law enforcement was a unique situation we need to deal with now, so I'll maintain my no vote.
Commissioner Petty.
Yeah, I agree with the Commissioner Williams, Torres, Hayes, and Smith. I have nothing to add other than the fact that I think they bring up good points, and I agree with their conclusion.
Commissioner Herbert.
Well,
I'm going to disagree with all of these comments. I am supporting the raises for the rest of the county. There are other departments that are having very difficult times retaining employees because of the pay rate. ITT, 911, I'd love to have 911 come up and tell the experience she's having retaining employees.
That would go to the amendment if you get past
I
reconsideration.
think we're getting
don't know.
a little off
Is
topic.
that, I guess this is my thing to reconsider, is showing the need in the other departments is the reason I'm saying this.
Okay, I'll allow it.
I know that you're doing all you can, and I understand everybody's point up here. I don't want to be an only person, and I don't think the sheriff is either. We've had conversations that he is advocating, and I always want to advocate for my people too. We have 11 openings right now. We're in constant state of overtime and on-call. This is a struggle across the nation in 911. It's not just us, so I can't say that it is just us. It is not. But anything helps. And in retention-wise, getting someone at the level that they want to stay because they can afford to stay is something that we need to look at across the county. And I couldn't do what I do without the other departments as well. So I serve at the pleasure of the mayor, but also serve all of you, and I serve all of our departments, and they serve us as well. So I am an advocate for everyone looking at this at the 75th percentile.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hayes has already spoken.
I have a quick question for her.
And I'll come back to you, but let's go to Commissioner Hester, and if you'll stay close by, Commissioner Hester.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that there are 11 openings in 911, and if you call 911, sometimes you're going to be put on hold. Also, I want to say that this vote needs to be reconsidered because this is right before the whole tech system went down, and my tech malfunctioned. Thank you.
I will say that not here do you get put on 911 on hold. Typically, we don't do that here. If you're in other jurisdictions, that does happen to you, and that's because of staffing. So we don't want to get to that point ever here in Williamson County.
Commissioner Hayes.
Quick question. So I'm curious, when you're interviewing, what are you hearing when you make offers are the reasons that people are not taking the position? Are they giving you any specifics like salary, benefits?
A lot of times we're
Schedule.
able to, it's schedule. When people leave is what I will speak to. It's, a lot of times it's not worth the mental health of them for the salary and the schedule. So you can go work for Chick-fil-A for a couple dollars less and be off every Sunday to be able to attend church. And I cannot offer them that. We work nights, we work weekends and holidays. And they should be compensated for that loss of time with their families.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this motion to reconsider? Seeing none, this one appears to be loaded. We'll be able to vote on the screen. Okay. If you're in favor of the motion to reconsider, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time.
Mr. Chair, mine died, so I'll have to.
Okay. There were a few iPads that when we got back, the battery had completely died, and if that's the case for some of you now, we'll do a voice vote for those who. And I'm assuming, O'Neill, is your iPad working? And Herbert? Herbert, how about? Yours is dead? Now, Commissioner Smith, yours seemed to have came back online.
Yeah, because everybody else is gonna die the longer we wait.
We're gonna have some
Just
other-
so you know, it went.
It went, okay. So I believe everyone's had an opportunity to vote. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
All right. 13 yes, 9 no.
Motion passes. So now we are reconsidering the amendment.
He has to make that motion now to
Oh,
reconsider.
now we need a motion to, okay. The chair recognizes Commissioner Sanford or Commissioner Hester if they wish to.
I'd like to make a motion to I don't know how to say this, to reconsider 6/2025-1?
We've already done
You've
that.
already done it.
Okay, sorry.
You opened up the resolution. Now you're seeking to reopen the amendment that Commissioner Webb had.
I'd like to reopen the amendment that Commissioner Webb initially did.
Restate his motion.
In regard, I'd like to make a motion to reintroduce Commissioner Webb's amendment in regards to raising the county employees to the 75th percentile. Is that accurate? Except for schools.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hester. Any questions or comments on the motion to reconsider the amendment?
Not reconsider.
To rehear or bring back, is it reconsider? Or?
Reconsider.
Yeah. Reconsider the amendment originally made by Paul Webb to give all county offices minus schools a raise that would bring them to the 75th percentile. Questions and comments? I see the first one comes from Commissioner Torres.
Well, you haven't reopened the motion yet. Technically, if this passes, then you would be back on considering the motion itself or the amendment itself, and then she would provide those numbers, so.
Apologies.
Trying to follow the procedure as best I can, Commissioner.
Okay. So any questions or comments with regards to reconsidering the amendment of the previous heard Resolution 6/2025-1? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote and you're in favor of reconsidering that amendment, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no.
Here's a question.
You're going to discuss it and vote on it again. That's what reconsider means. If you vote yes, you will get to vote on that amendment again. If you vote no and it does not pass, then it will not be considered.
And is it your iPad that's Torres and Williams? Are you able to? Okay. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
13 yes, 9 no.
Motion passes. So now
Now you are back on the amendment that Commissioner Webb had offered for 75% for county employees except for schools. And that will impact several lines, I believe, in the resolution, so you may want to get those numbers at this point.
And do I need another motion in a second, or?
No, you're back on the amendment.
Back on it, okay.
It's open.
So we're
It's
now
reconsidered.
open to
Yeah.
questions and
Commissioner Webb
comments.
restate the original motion so they know exactly.
Well, he's done it before. It's to raise all county employees to 75% except schools. That's the amendment.
We type this.
While they're loading it, we have time now for questions and comments, so I'll entertain those. Commissioner Torres?
I would like Phoebe to walk us through the numbers now that we're here. Thank you.
So taking into account all county general, including picking up the civilians in the sheriff's department, going back because they were not in the original amendment. The adjustment for the general fund would be $1,045,339. We also that will also affect the 116 and the 131 fund. Those are not as highly impacted, but still they are going to need to be adjusted. Solid waste would be an increase of $17,438. And the highway fund would be an increase of $23,055.
And then total on the budget.
Total would increase your budget by $1,085,832.
And new total.
The new total for the total all funds,
Yes.
new total, all total funds would be $903,117,259.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You say that again?
Yes, $903,117,259.
Thank you.
70 or
Other.
170 or 170?
117.
Thank you.
903,117,259.
Thank you, Phoebe.
That would be the new total budget if
All
this
funds,
amendment
yes.
were to pass.
Yes, for all funds.
Any other questions or comments on,
We have to vote on the budget as
and then we'll have to vote on the budget afterwards, but right now we're on the amendment. Any questions or comments on the amendment? Looks like I have one from Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure we have all the numbers right before we go through this. And so, Ms. Riley, the numbers you just gave us of $903,117,259 compares to the earlier number of $902,031,427. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, that's what we had approved, and so that's roughly about $1.1 million addition.
It's $1,085,000, yes, sir.
Right, which what you just said, that we're adding to what we've already approved. Okay. Now, with that, Mr. Chair, we're adding that back. We're okay legal-wise. We will go with this 903 million number for what you've heard. Everybody's
We're not voting on
good.
3 yet.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll still have to vote on the resolution as a
Right.
whole, but in terms of the amendment and what it would do to the resolution, you are correct. Other questions or comments? I see none. So if you're ready to vote on the amendment to add salary increases, and it's on your screen, amend to add salary increases for all county employees except for Williamson County Schools to 75% market rate. What's that? Oh, your screen's down. It's on the big screen in front of you.
No, she's gotta
But to
vote.
vote, I get you.
Let me see if you're, if we can.
You think mine will work if I give her my
I'm
credit?
giving her one.
Is yours working, Lisa? Okay. Up at the top, it says Lisa Hayes.
Yeah, is that all right?
So if you're in favor of that amendment, when it comes up on your screen, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. If anyone's unable to vote, we'll take a voice vote from them. Mary Smith is still, give her a second.
Just clean sheet of paper.
Is yours, It's
showing
not-
you
it's not
haven't
coming.
voted.
is it still not working?
I don't want you writing out paper. Don't do that.
It went dead.
Where does it show how much battery?
If we need a voice from her, we can.
Yeah.
I don't see the battery. It's probably, I don't know.
You good? Were you able to vote? Okay, there we go. All right, record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
12 yes, 10 no.
So, the amendment passed.
Oh, because we're announcement now. Okay, so the amendment passed.
Which is a,
No, you changed your rules last year or the year before. The question came up because you have a vacancy, was a majority 12 or 13? Your old rule said it was 13. There's a state statute that says it's a majority of the seated members that constitute the body. You changed your rule to say it's a majority of the members, so 12 is your majority for this meeting.
So the amendment passes. We're now to the resolution as a whole, as amended, which again would be
The 903.
$903,117,259. We'll wait for that to get loaded on the screen. While that's being loaded, questions or comments?
17259, it's good. Got a proper motion.
Looks like I have a Oh, did I get a motion and a second on it? Okay, oh, so the motion and the second came from Commissioner Greg Sanford and Betsy Hester. And it looks like I have a question or comment from Commissioner Mary Smith.
So Phoebe, I hope you can help me answer this. So looking at the 903 million, what is the impact to our fund balance? Is it just the additional 1 million? Okay, so we would just basically add that to the 212 million that you currently have listed on that sheet. Would that be correct?
212.
Is the estimated ending fund balance that you're projecting?
It would reduce that, yes, it would reduce that.
So reduce that by, okay. And then I know you probably can't do this off the top of your head, but I think previously, looking at 12 months worth of expenses for the county, it was like 309 million. So that would go up slightly with this addition.
It would go up slightly.
Okay.
If total expenditures go up, then obviously my 5 months of expenditures would increase as well.
Okay.
Prior to this, I was looking at a little over $72 million in the general fund for a 5-month reserve.
Okay. You try to keep that same reserve in all the
I try to keep
fund
around
balances?
no lower than 5. I try to keep it around 5 to 6.
Okay. So,
That is schools aside.
okay. So this particular amendment will just come out of the county general
Correct.
fund balance.
Well, county general, it will come very slightly out
Out of
of
the-
solid waste and highway as well.
Yep.
Just a small portion, but the majority of it will come out of the general fund.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the amended resolution? Again, amending the resolution to a total amount of $903,117,259. If we're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
16 yes, 5 no, 1 abstain.
The amended resolution passes. That takes us back now to Resolution 6-2025-5 to set the tax rate. And currently, the resolution is on the floor as amended at a rate of 1.30. The chair will recognize Commissioner Williams if he still wishes to make an amendment or...
Yeah, absolutely. I'll try and just kind of recap where we are. So the original resolution proposed $1.34. There was an amendment to take it to $1.29. That was amended. That added a penny back into it to $1.30. After discussions with Phoebe, that $1.30 incorporates a budgetary mechanism to where we have historically budgeted off of a 92% collection rate, and in my opinion, are artificially suppressing the tax rate because now we've changed it to a 94% collection rate. But yet, those are monies that are still going to be spent. Statutorily, we're not able to maintain a rainy day fund, but budgetarily, we can maintain a cushion with some conservative budgeting mechanisms. So what my amendment to the amended amendment is to add the 2 pennies back in that account for the 92% budgeted collection rate versus the 94%, and to add a little specificity to it, which is our recess provided. The specific line item numbers would be for the county general fund, 0.29, solid waste sanitation fund, 0.03, the general debt service fund, 0.15, the rural debt service fund, 0.09, and the general purpose school fund, 0.76, for a total of 1.32. And just for ease, it's adding a penny back to the county general fund and adding a penny to the general purpose school fund.
I have a proper motion. Do I hear a second? seconded by was it Commissioner Guffey. Questions or comments on the new amendment? Looks like I have one from Commissioner Betsy Hester. No? Okay. Commissioner Guffey?
Thank
Did
you.
you have a-
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Phoebe, I had asked you this question earlier, and I just wanted to ask it for the benefit of the board as well. My question had been, could we add the 2 pennies into general fund and then allocate the funds out to the school throughout the rest of the budget year? Or is there a requirement or a need for us to split and have 1 penny in general fund and 1 penny in schools? I just wanted you to be able to give that answer.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. In order for the schools to meet their 3%, that penny does need to go if we're going to reduce it down to the 92%. If we reduce from 94 to 92, even increasing and putting that back to 76 cents, it's still a reduction in revenue previously of 1.6. So that is the lowest we can go in order for them to be able to meet their 3%.
Commissioner Torres?
Mr. Chair, Phoebe, do you have an idea of what the certified rate fund balance would be?
I do not have the certified rate fund balance, no, sir.
Okay.
I mean, technically, it's supposed to remain revenue neutral, so it would be what we were projecting at the end of this fiscal year, but I do not have that note.
Okay, and then follow-up to that would be, do you have an idea of what we would need for 6 months' worth of expenses at the certified rate?
I do not. I only have it based on the percentage and the information that we move forward with Budget Committee.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question or comment from Commissioner Mary Smith.
So we do know, though, that a penny is about on average, like 2.7 million?
Yes, it is.
Right.
Yes. For the general fund, it is about 2%.
So right now, at the 132 rate, we're looking at 8 cents above the certified rate. So 8 times 2.75 or 2.7. I'm not sure what that would be. The total amount of additional property tax revenue we're looking at would be about 8 times 2. So we got $21 million right now that we're looking at on top of. I know that we talked a lot about, rates and like what a penny's worth, and I know, Rutherford County's rate came up, but I just want to be clear that we bring in a lot of property tax revenue. We brought in about $90 million more in property tax revenue last year than Rutherford County did. So the pennies do make a difference as far as like the assessed values and what that penny is worth. So I just kind of want to bring that point up. The other thing is I know we've got a lot of moving parts this year. We've got, insurance savings that, we're still looking at. We all agreed that maybe we could realize just 1 quarter's worth of insurance savings this year. That totaled to be about $3 million. Over an entire year, that'll be about $12 million. I know Commissioner Lawrence isn't here, but he had said on several occasions that looking at our insurance could not only help our taxpayers in bringing down our expenses, but it could also be a benefit to our employees in looking at how much comes out of their pocket with regards to coverage and discounts that they get at different providers. So I think that's something we definitely need to pursue. We also have the adequate facility study that's still out that Commissioner Richards had sponsored. There's recurring revenue that we might also get there. I just don't want us to lose sight that this year has been especially hard. It's been an unusual year, and I appreciate all the discussion on, I think everyone has a different viewpoint on this, but I will say that in my district, and, District 2, they've been hit especially hard. Our residents have. Commercial only went up about 32%. I think the average of residential was 62%. On top of that, my Nolansville residents also got hit with a significant tax increase. So I just really feel like there's a lot of possibilities in here to making sure that we're not doing anything risky with our fund balance, but that there are really great solutions to cutting cost and also bringing up our revenue that we need to take a serious look at before we decide on any sort of tax increase that actually impacts everyone, including the people that live in our county, the people that work in our county, and the people that have businesses, in our county. So I just kind of want to make sure that everyone's aware that while I understand property taxes, increasing property tax is one way to go, we do have other avenues that I think we need to pursue. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment to amend Resolution 6-2025-5? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the amendment, I'm sorry.
Low power, so you're probably not
I understand. Chair recognizes Commissioner Webb.
I think they're all dying.
If anyone else wishes to speak and it's not coming on my screen, please raise your hand, yell, throw something.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment that we're debating and that we had the handout that's presented to us while we were at lunch, I don't see, and I want to make sure I'm not missing, there's nothing in this that says we're lowering our collection percentage that we base the budget on to 92%. That was only a discussion. We have not done that. It's not in this resolution. Okay. I want to make sure that I understand this right, that if we pass this to the $1.32, do we have to do the money to the school fund, or we could do like Commissioner Guffey said and leave that in the county general and then fund anything that the schools need during the year? What does that do to us?
No, sir. The schools and superintendent or Ms. Farmer will be happy, I'm sure, to help articulate this a little bit better. But at July 1, we must have 3% fund balance. If we do not move this penny, dropping it down to the 92%, we will not meet that requirement.
That's the part I understand, but
Right.
we haven't taken any action to move it to 92 at this point.
Right.
Is that right, Mr. Chair? So we're still at 94. So under that scenario,
Under that scenario, then,
the budget, the amendment before us is taking it to $1.32
right,
and to leave it at 94%.
right.
Okay. But we've done the allocation in this amendment that Commissioner Williams has presented to put another penny in the school fund. Okay. Well, you know, in my opinion, I'd rather keep that in the general fund if we go to $1.32, and then when the schools need it, we can send it to them. And that's okay with their fund balance as long as we're at 94% collection.
Correct. The caveat to that is the percentage. So if I budgeted a 94% collection, then yes, I can keep it. They have sufficient funds at 75 cents. If we drop that allocation to 92% collection, they will not.
Okay. That's key. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I thought explicitly in Commissioner Williams' motion to amend that it specified going from 94% back to 92%.
That was my,
Is that correct, Commissioner Williams?
That's the intent of it, yes.
You can't specify that in a tax rate.
We have never included, I don't believe we've included the collection rate in the resolution as a specified number. The budgeting projections that she gives is based on a collection rate.
Right.
And so her projected revenue numbers came off of that projected rate. There's nothing that would prohibit the commission from saying you should budget based on X or Y, but we've never set that, to my knowledge, in resolution form by the commission. That has always been set by the budget director as part of her modeling for the upcoming year. I think that's a correct statement.
So does that need to specifically be addressed in the motion that we're considering? To give instruction to the budget director?
It certainly, if you are going to put both pennies in general fund, then it sounds like you would need to make that condition as part of the amendment. If you're going to split them, put one in general and one in schools, it largely doesn't matter. So again, that's a policy decision y'all need to make, but if you're going to put both of them in general fund, then you would need to specify that's based on a 94% collection rate. Does that make sense?
Not really.
If you leave it at 92, then the schools will fall below their required fund budget.
I get that.
Okay, so, and that's why you have the split 1 and 1. If you leave it there, then 92 is fine. It does not change the projection significantly for the tax base. If you move both of them to general fund, then you need to specify a collection rate of at least 94%, so the revenue going to school fund balance is sufficient at the when the budget is passed for the auditing purposes.
Okay.
Chair recognizes Commissioner Williams.
I think for the purposes of the amendment, I don't think we'd have to state that. I think we can keep it simply to the line items under consideration. However, I would like the minutes to capture that the intention for this is to account for a 92% budgeted collection rate.
And that's with 1 penny for general and 1 penny for schools.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Stresser.
Maybe I just have kind of a point of clarification just so I can understand this a little bit better. Sure. So when you're putting the budget together, you came up with 94% for the collection rate. And obviously, you know more about our finances and numbers than anybody else in this room. I think that's safe to say. So as an expert, I'd call you an expert in this process, you felt very comfortable with a 94% collection rate on property taxes. For the record, could you just share with us why you felt comfortable and confident in that as an expert?
Thank you. We have historically maintained 92%. We have maintained are very conservative, and we normally have collected around 98% in the current year. Now, however, I have seen a drop in collections. It may just be timing. They've come in a little slower this year. We have dropped to just barely over 96% collections. However, during the budget discussion, the collection rate came up in the discussion about why we use 92, why can't we use 95, why can't we use 94. I am not comfortable going with anything over 94. 94 is already a stretch. The conversation came up to use 95. I would not recommend 95. That would be almost 100% of our collection that we would be budgeting. 94 is still close, and I understand how it would be too close for some. It is a little closer, and we will not have as much drop into fund balance at the end of the year. So obviously, whatever we budget on, then that is less that we will have for the next year to pull from fund balance for, say, capital expenditures or anything moving forward.
Okay.
So it is.
I appreciate that. Thank you. If you're comfortable with that, I'm comfortable with that, and that's what opposed the $1.32. Thank you.
Commissioner Petty.
I'm a little slow on this, so bear with me. If the $1.32 is based on 92% or 94%, then we go down to 92%. Wouldn't that raise the $1.32?
So the 94% is using $1.29. So in a means to try to drop the tax rate, in discussions, we were trying to brainstorm ideas of what we could do to help generate and lower that demand on the tax rate. So in the budget committee process, we went through talking to committee, and that was the decision, was if we up that to 94, we could absorb a penny or two without passing that on the tax rate. If we drop that back to our historical 92, I will need the 132 rate.
Okay, so if we say it at the 94%, then we'll be back at $1.29?
Well, actually, I believe we had already had one amendment to up general fund to 28, so we are back up to 130.
Okay.
And that was a previous amendment that did go through.
Okay, so if we stay at 94, we're at 130. If we go to 92, at 132.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Commissioner Guffey.
Everybody has had a lot of discussion. We've had a lot of, back and forth on the pennies. I just wanted to recall, when we're talking about the 2 pennies, as we discussed the allocation, the 75th percentile, the sheriff's office, all of those items, and in consideration of the constituents who are, foreseeing what a penny might account for them. Just a reminder Phoebe, you had said that 1 penny is equal, oh no, sorry, Brad said 1 penny was equal for a homeowner with an $800,000 appraised value home. It was equal to $20 for the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the amendment to amend Resolution 6-2025-5, and you're in favor of it, signify by pressing your yes button. If you are opposed, your no button. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
9 yes, 13 no.
Motion fails. That takes us back to an amended resolution with a tax rate of 1.30. Any questions or comments on the resolution with the tax rate set at 1.30? Allow a little more time here just in case somebody's thinking of questions. That's what we're, yeah. They're adding the resolution to the board, I believe, now. Is that correct, Jamie?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like it's right. We gotta get the vote off the screen.
There we go. Okay, again, we're at setting the tax rate at 1.30. Any other questions or comments before we go to a vote? Recognize Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate again, I know that there's been a lot of talk about the impact, but I think one of the things that we need to consider too is the cost of living in this county has gone up. And while, you know, a lot of people got their assessments this last time around, there was some sticker shock, and, you know, they're feeling the burn. The people in our community are feeling the burn. Homeowners insurance has gone up, utilities are going up. There's a lot of things that are going up in this. Not everybody, I know we are one of the most affluent counties in the country, but not everybody that lives in this county is affluent. And so while it doesn't seem like much to some, to other families it does. And so I just, you know, I want to use caution. I think we have some very, very, very viable solutions to cut our cost, to look for other revenue streams if we put the hard work in and make it happen, that we can just, all I'm asking, just hold off for 1 year, see how the new appraisals pan out, get our collections up. Right now, we've got about $12 million in collections that we still have out there based on what Phoebe has told us. We've always been a county where people have paid their bills. So I have a lot of optimism that, you know, we can make this work this next year based on just the solutions that have been, you know, given. So I would just really consider what the impact's going to be overall to our community. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of setting the tax rate at 1.30, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Stresser, is your... I'm dead. Totally dead?
Mary, let him use yours.
We're sharing cords here.
Yeah, it takes a minute. They're not.
Passcode as well. It's very simple. It's a tough one, I saw.
It'll come in. This page is the next one. 2025 as amended.
As this is going back to where we were before we left for lunch. It's already been amended and passed as amended, and now we're voting on the actual tax rate. This is it, right? Right.
The amendment to change it to 132 died. It had already been amended to 130. If this passes, we're done.
Okay, record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
16 yes, 6 no.
Resolution passes, and we have a tax rate. Are there anything else that come before?
No, next meeting's July 14th.
As a reminder, our next meeting is July 14th at 6 p.m. Any other any other business to come before this committee before I adjourn? Oh, I'm sorry, Judy Herbert, we'll recognize you.
I can't turn her. Jamie, wipe the screen. I can't turn the mic on. I said it was as amended, but he says it passes. I don't agree because we have to vote on the resolution as amended.
We did.
We did. It was
Now.
amended to 130, then Matt tried to amend to 132. It failed, so we went back to be as amended at 130. That's what we just voted on.
Okay, the clerk doesn't think so, but okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Herbert.
Go ahead, Commissioner Herbert.
Okay, I just want to thank the Budget Committee. This year has been a really tough year. And it's probably the worst I've ever experienced on the Budget Committee. But anyway, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the mayor for his work. I want to thank Carolyn and Jamie and Diane and Phoebe. Thank you. We put you through the ringer this year, and we appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Tom, you want to talk about the fair?
I can.
And the chair recognizes Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
As y'all know, we have a county fair coming up here, the Williamson County Fair. Volunteers' positions are open and on the website, and if you would like to do the best job at the county fair, which is driving a golf cart, or working logistics, which is not me, it's time to do it or you're going to miss your chance.
Anything else to come before this committee?
Move to adjourn.
All right, we are adjourned.